Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's meeting of Planning Committee A. I'm Councillor Johnny Crawshaw. I'm the chair of the Planning Committee. On my right is Becky Eads, who is the head of Planning and Development Services, and to the right of her is Mark Baldry, who is the Principal Development Management Officer. On my left is Ange Bealby, who is here from Democratic Services, and to the left of her is Sandra Brannigan, who is the Senior Solicitor. At various points during the meeting, there'll be officers coming to the table to answer questions and give information relating to the report. So as they come to the table and as they're brought in, I'll be introducing who they are. First of all, just a bit of housekeeping. If I can ask everybody to make sure that you've got your mobile phones switched off or turned to silent. We're not anticipating a fire alarm, so if the fire alarm does go off, it will be genuine and we'll be escorting you out of the building. And you will see that members of the committee are here, some of whom have their laptops open, and that's because we're trying to move to paperless. Some people are preferring to use papers like me, some people prefer to do it on their laptop, so they're not surfing the internet and browsing the shopping catalogues and what have you. They are doing their job in the committee today. We've got a number of apologies for today's meeting, so I'll just go through them in order. Councillor Kelly is being substituted by Councillor Baxter. Councillor Merritt is being substituted by Councillor Ben Burton. Councillor Eyre is being substituted by Councillor Widdowson. And Councillor Wardby is being substituted by Councillor Fenton. Now, in terms of the way that the meeting runs today, I'm aware that there'll be a lot of interest and there's obviously a lot of people in the room and you may not have been to planning committees previously. So I'm just going to take a minute just to give you a sense of how the meeting will run today. So the first thing to be clear on is that this is a business meeting of the council that is held in public as opposed to a public meeting. What that means in practice is that there is a distinct section for public participation and there are a number of people registered to speak today. You come to the table, you are allowed 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll be trying to keep that quite tight today because we do have, as I say, a number of people wanting to speak. Committee members will then have the opportunity to ask questions of anybody who's come to the table. So we'll ask you just to stay behind when you finish your 3 minutes in case there are any questions. And then when you've finished your speaking, you go back to the public gallery. Once you're back in the public gallery, there's then no further opportunity to address any members of the committee. And I want to be really, really clear on that today, that any discussion that takes place by the committee is for the committee, and we can't take interjections from people outside of the public participation section. That also applies for adjournments, and because we're expecting that this will be quite a long meeting today, my intention is to take regular adjournments throughout the meeting at appropriate points. And during those adjournments, committee members are not permitted to discuss any aspect of the application amongst themselves or with members of the public. And so I'd request any members of the public to refrain from even coming and talking to the committee members, just so that we can be clear that there's that distinction between the different roles today. So I just want to give a very brief summary of what we are here to discuss today and how the planning committee works in relation to that. So the job of the committee today is to assess the planning application that we have before us, and taking into account only the material planning conditions, we have to determine whether we agree with the officer recommendation that it accords with the legislative planning framework. That is the National Planning Policy Framework, emerging local policy, local plan, and any other relevant policies. So as such, I want to be really clear from the outset that we're not here as a committee to pass judgment on whether or not we feel the scheme represents an appropriate use of public money or whether it's the best way to tackle the climate emergency. Likewise, we're not here to make judgment on wider policy decisions relating to road use, public transport, sustainable transport and such like. And so to that end, I just want to be really clear again that whilst this planning stage represents a significant hurdle in terms of the delivery of the scheme, committee members today are not the final decision makers on whether the scheme goes ahead, should it be found acceptable in planning terms. So we've got quite a clear remit today in terms of what we're here to discuss and decide. And my job as chair will be to try to make sure that I keep the committee within that remit. So you may hear me at various points telling people that this isn't a material to the application. That's the reason why. It's not to say that points may not be completely valid, but we have a job to do in terms of the application of the framework of the planning policy legislation. So with that said, I can then move us on to the formal agenda. And agenda item 1 is declarations of interest. So if I can invite anybody who has an interest to declare, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'm a member of the FOSS Internal Drainage Board, although I've had absolutely no input into the comments that have been made on pages 16 and 17. The second point is, I understand there has been some concern about comments I've made in the press about the principle of dualling the York Outer Ring Road. Can I make it clear, please? I have never, ever passed any firm opinion on this application. I'm here to consider it in planning terms, and I have a completely open mind on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further declarations? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, as leader of the Conservative Group, I attend the York Environment Forum. Enjoyed doing so and working with them wherever possible. There is representation here from the York Environment Forum. If I remember rightly, that was done by quite possibly Mr. De Gorn, I think, when I was on the Environment Forum. But I've certainly been no part of any discussions where that's been discussed. So it either predates me being on the forum or it was done entirely separate to me.
Thank you. So can I just confirm you're approaching this application with an open mind?
You can.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 2 is public participation on the general remit of the committee. We don't have anybody registered under the general remit of the committee. So I can move us then on to agenda item 3, which is the main application today, which is for the York Outer Ring Road. Now, the way that we'll approach this application is we first of all invite the officers to talk through the plans, and then committee members are invited to ask any points of clarification around the plans. So it's not to get into detail as such, but just anything that you want to understand better in terms of the presentation. We'll then ask the officers to provide any update to the report. We then move to public participation, and I'll be inviting speakers by name to come to the table to address the committee. Once we've dealt with public participation, we move to members' questions, which is an opportunity for members of the committee to ask officers any questions, either in relation to the report or anything that's been brought up in public participation. We then go into debate, and we then finally test the officer recommendation. And the protocol in York is that the officer recommendation is tested first, and if the officer recommendation is accepted, then that's the end of the process. If the recommendation is not accepted, then we seek alternative methods for dealing with the application. So I'll hopefully keep everybody in check, and you'll all understand where we are as we move through the agenda. But first of all, if I can invite Mark to talk us through the plans, please.
Thank you. Mark Baldry, Principal Development Management Officer. So the proposals within the application that's before us today for improvements to the A1237 York Outer Ring Road, including dualling of the existing carriageway, improvements to roundabouts, provision of 5.1 kilometres of shared use cycle and pedestrian routes, signalised crossings, facilities for active travel users, 2 overbridges, 6 underpasses, with ancillary development, including sustainable drainage measures, flood compensatory storage areas, woodland planting, landscaping, habitat creation, noise barriers, revised field accesses, associated infrastructure and earthworks. Plan on screen now shows the general extent of the application site, a slightly more focused in level here. The westernmost point is approximately 200 to 300 metres to the west of the A12 of the A19 Shipton Road junction, and extends all the way around the northern section of the existing A1237 round to the Little Hopgrove roundabout at the easternmost point. Selection of Google Earth aerial images showing the existing situation at each junction. So this is the A1237 A19 junction, the A1237 Clifton Moorgate junction, with the elements of the existing retail park in the foreground of that picture. Wigginton Road junction, Haxby Road junction, that also includes the existing overbridge over the existing York Scarborough railway line. The Strensall Road junction, so you have the start of Huntington to the southern, to the lower side of that image, Strensall Road and Ayswick to the northern side. The existing roundabout at the A1237 North Lane Monks Cross Link junction. And then finally the Little Hopgrove roundabout junction, where Malton Road and the A1237 meet before extending into the Hopgrove roundabout and then onto the A64. Selection of the proposed plans. One of the primary reasons for the extent of the application site extending so far beyond this roundabout to include the small maintenance strip at the bottom of the plan there, and includes the mitigation measures that are required as part of the drainage scheme. Moving into the section to the east of the Shipton Road roundabout, the orange line on the left-hand side of the plan shows the existing cycle track and underpass that is already in place at this roundabout. The widened carriageway is the 2 lanes to the north of the on that plan. So the existing carriageway as it currently is on site is the westbound, would become the westbound route. The orbital route is to the northern edge, beyond the drainage swales that are on the plan. Moving round, this is the Clifton Moor junction, which is realigned and moves slightly further north. Under the proposals, the area to the north beyond the site, that's shown in the hatching, will be utilised for the purposes of a construction compound. Then to the western side of the Clifton Moor roundabout, you've got the proposed underpass, which brings the orbital route back to the southern side of the existing outer ring road. The areas to the south of this plan are the existing Clifton Moor retail park, where the sort of Tesco's and various other shops are. Then I'll skip to the, so this is the Wigginton Road junction, where you have in this section, Stirling Road to the southern sides included to include the provision of a new pedestrian crossing, which then will link into the proposed alterations at the Wigginton Road roundabout. There are signalised crossings proposed to the south and northern arms on Wigginton Road, as well as the western arm of the A1237. Moving round eastwards, this now is the section between Haxby Road and Wigginton Road junctions. On this section, there's already an existing cycling pedestrian route on the southern side of the roundabout, of the southern side of the existing carriageway, sorry. Then moving into the junction at Haxby Road, I'll just move on to the slightly enlarged plan. You have a new overbridge that spans the existing railway line. The roundabout is relocated and realigned to the east. There are the 2 existing underpasses are retained at this junction, as well as 2 additional underpasses to link the proposed pedestrian routes into the system. At this junction, the orbital route will then move to the northern side of the carriageway, which we'll see in the next section. This section is then travelling east round towards the Strensall Road junction. Slightly larger plan there. Onto the Strensall Road junction, Huntington to the southern side of the roundabout, Ayswick to the northern side. There's the new overbridge spanning the foss, which is on towards the left-hand side of that plan. At this junction, there's also a proposed new underpass, which goes under the widened carriageway. This is to link into, again, bring the pedestrian cycle route back from the northern side to the southern side to link it into Huntington. At this section, there's also it's not quite shown on this plan, but on the sort of northernmost section of this plan on Strensall Road in Ayswick, there's also a proposed pedestrian crossing that's on the insert A on that map. Sorry, just moving around from Strensall Junction towards the Monks Cross Link roundabout. At this crossing there, at this junction to the eastern side of the realigned and enlarged roundabout, where the green line crosses, there is proposed to be a signal controlled Pegasus crossing. A Pegasus crossing is a crossing which is designed for you, or designed that so it can be used by people riding horses. This is due to the need to reroute the existing bridleway, which is the green line that runs to the southern side of the carriageway on this plan. Moving further round, as we into the final last couple of sections towards Little Hopgrove roundabout, you'll see the green line running sort of parallel to Sow Dyke from the southern side. At present, that bridleway crosses the existing carriageway where it intersects with the A1237. It's intended that that bridleway would be rerouted along the southern side down to the crossing that we saw on the previous plan to then link back into the bridleway on the northern side. And then finally onto Little Hopgrove roundabout, where a lot sort of there's perhaps limited works, and it's more tying the road layout into the existing junctions and infrastructure that exist at Little Hopgrove. As part of the proposals, there is an extensive landscaping scheme proposed. These are the sort of indicative plans that have been submitted in support of that through all of the junctions. And then finally, for information, these plans show the proposed speed limits on the enlarged or widened highway. Whilst it would be a dual carriageway, it wouldn't run at national speed limit. There predominantly be a 60 mile an hour speed limit, with then lower speeds through each of the junctions, ranging from 30 through to 40 miles per hour typically. And that's
Okay, thank you very much. So members, if there's any questions or points of clarity that you want at this stage, if you could just indicate now. Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, it's on the very last aspect, actually, the speed limits, which we touched on a bit last week in the training session. I suppose my overall question is, to what extent are they a planning matter? I mean, do we have to be concerned with speed limits or not? Because if we don't, then my sort of follow-up question wouldn't apply. But if we do, I don't really understand how this maze of speed limits is going to work. I don't really understand the speed limits compared to some other roads around. and this whole junction concept, but are they a planning consideration?
Well, they form part of the application, so they're there for information purposes, but it would be picked up by separate highways legislation. But we have taken it into account in the round of making the decision in terms of highway safety. So yes, they are there, but in terms of what there is separate legislation that they will ultimately be covered by rather than planning.
Just because on that, I mean, if you look at this junction here, I mean, that means if I'm doing loops of the roundabout at 39 miles per hour, then North Yorkshire Police are going to think that's absolutely fine, are they? You know, I don't understand the speed limits for junctions. They seem ludicrously high to me.
So I think I've had some discussion with both Sandra and Becky about how to handle this aspect. And there is a distinction between the remit of the planning authority and the remit of the highways authority. The highways authority, as I understand it, has an obligation to ensure safe junctions and safety on the roads in general purposes. And so wouldn't require planning permission to put in a 20 mile an hour or a 40 mile an hour speed limit, for example. So the report says in a couple of places that the highways officers have assessed what's being proposed and are happy with it, that it's fine on safety grounds. And there's conditions around road safety audit. I think it's condition 20. So the advice that I've received when I've asked for a clear way of sort of addressing this point, because I anticipated it, is that there is sufficient things within the report and within the existing legislation to ensure safe junctions. And so they're not necessarily within the remit of the planning authority to say this junction needs to be at this speed limit, because that's picked up by the highways authority. It's possibly something that we can come to officers later on when we get to the relevant sections around highway safety and perhaps give them a heads up that a very clear answer on that would be helpful. Okay. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. I'm sorry if this is going to be an enormous pain. We're going to be discussing active travel, I sense, a lot this afternoon. So could you go through all of the ones where you've got all the different stretches broken down and just point to which bits are where there are kind of byways for walking, which bits become cycling, and where they cross? Because when I've been zooming in to our documents, it gets really pixelated, so it makes it quite hard to see the breakdowns of the keys as to which bits are hedges, which bits are bridleways, which bits are byways, and which bits are cycle tracks, because they all look a bit different on the plans. I think it would just be really useful to see where exactly are pedestrians and cyclists going within these sections.
So in the plans in the slide pack, so this is the Shipton Road A19 junction. So this route here is the existing underpass that's already in place at this junction. The green dotted line here is the proposed cycle and pedestrian orbital route that forms part of the application, travelling along here. It's existing public rights of way shown on the maps as we go along.
Can I ask why it doesn't show the bottom bit meeting the top bit in this? That existing public right of way, people are currently walking a full line of that, aren't they?
I believe this, I don't know whether that is actually passable
Currently.
I think it's overgrown.
Okay.
So this is the approach onto the Clifton Moor roundabout.
So cyclists and pedestrians are walking along the north side.
They're on the northern side. We then traverse the Clifton Moor roundabout, and then I think the next on this next plan comes across here, and then at this junction there is a proposed underpass to bring the orbital route back to the southern side. At which point we then utilise the existing routes and ways through Clifton Moor. Moving towards the Wigginton Road junction. New crossing here to bring cyclists, pedestrians to the southern side of Stirling Road, which will then feed them back onto the orbital route. Here, there's a proposed signalised crossing, another one on this arm here. And then I believe there's one further up just up at the top end of the plan here. On this section, there's already a shared cycle and pedestrian route between the Wigginton Road roundabout and the next Haxby Road roundabout, and that's on this southern side. So this is the section between the two junctions at Wigginton Road and Haxby. So existing cycle and pedestrian footway along this side of the road on the southern side. Then as we approach the Haxby Road junction, just next plan is it's greater detail. Existing bridge, pedestrian cycle bridge that spans the railway line in this location. We then
Is that a public right of way there that's being rerouted? Oh no, that's the back.
That's the back. Then once we get into the realigned junction, you'll see here just under the plan, this is where the existing roundabout is with its current underpasses to the east and west sides. Those are retained. The route picks up here. New underpass under this section of the road, and then a further new underpass at this junction here to then provide the links either to the east or western sides of Haxby Road on the Haxby side. New Earswick off to the south. Then carrying on round, the next plan might be a little bit further lower down. So this section here is the loop of the coming out of the underpass on the Haxby Road junction. The shared cycle and pedestrian route is then to the northern side, travelling along here. There's an existing public right of way here, which as part of there's a bridle way further back off this plan that's not shown on this drawing, but it's envisaged, and the diversion and stopping up and everything of the public rights of way are they're their own separate legal process, but it's envisaged that the users, rather than traveling along here and then having to try and cross what potentially could be 4 live lanes of traffic, they would come out just off the southern edge of this plan here, and then be able to utilise the underpasses at the Haxby Road junction to then feed back in. The distance between sort of these 2 points, once sort of rerouted, is approximately 1 kilometre. Then moving round to the Strensall Road junction, the orbital route still on the northern side, approaches the roundabout and then feeds towards Earswick before doubling back to come back under a new underpass, which surfaces on the southern side at Abbott's Gate, just off off Huntington Road. And then that's the same plan, just at a slightly lower level. And then moving round, there's no rights of way in this section. But between the final section between the Monk's Cross roundabout and the little Hopgrove roundabout, so there's an existing bridleway here that currently exits, and then users would cross the existing carriageway. They would be sort of diverted down the southern side of the carriageway back towards the junction, where there's be the proposed Pegasus crossing to cross, and then rejoin the bridleway here. So this green line here is the existing bridleway that comes down from the earlier plan. They would rejoin it there. This diversion's roughly about 1.1 kilometres. And then there are no rights of way in that particular section.
Thank you. Could you just clarify where there are existing points where either a bridleway or a right-of-way crosses the existing carriageway? All of those points are ultimately going to be removed, and there'll be diversions in place. But will there be something in place at those locations to prevent informal crossings? Because obviously there's points where the bridleway sort of follows up, joins at each side of the proposed dual carriageway. But what will prevent people from just going straight across?
Yeah.
That would be part of the stopping up process to cover things like that. In terms of the plans that are within this application, there is on all of the plans throughout the plans, this purple line here is a vehicle restraint barrier. So there'd be a physical barrier in the road itself as well.
Thank you. Any further questions on the plans at this stage? Councillor Nelson?
Sorry, I did have just one other question. If you look at the image of Clifton Moorgate currently, that one. So that area to the north is the holding compound, if I'm correct. And then the roundabout's moving slightly further kind of northeast.
Yeah.
It looks to me from that picture that all of those are trees.
Yes.
So how is that going to work with the fact that that's quite a heavily wooded area?
The trees will be cleared.
All of the trees?
I don't know whether it would be all of them in that image, but there would certainly be tree removal.
So, and it is that area with the trees that is the holding area?
Yeah, this area of sort of
runway.
hard standing is the former runway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, unless there's further questions, in which case, Becky, if you could just give us the updates on the report, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So we've got a number of updates to the published report. They're all in your additional information, so you probably just need to read them. There's paragraph 2.14, paragraph 5.37, and these just need minor changes to them. We've also inserted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra paragraphs in the report at 5.161 that need reading, and there is a paragraph 5.202. There's a typo in there as well, so that's just report clarifications. We've also had additional representations, which there was 2 since we've published the report. They're summarised in there as well. There's also, it's not in the additional information, but to note that on the 9th of January, we did have a further consultation response from the Environment Agency that confirmed that they had no objections to the proposal and they supported the conditions of the council's ecologist. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to adjourn formally, but I'm just going to give everybody just a minute or two just to scan through that update because there's quite a lot of information there. So. Okay, I'm hoping that gives you all the time to digest that information, but I'll just start with talking about the public participation, which is the next section that we're going to move on to. So, as I mentioned at the start of the meeting, registered speakers have 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll be inviting you up by name. I will be asking you to keep strictly to the 3 minutes. So for everybody who, when they come and speak, I'll just give you a heads up at 30 seconds before the end of your slot. But we'll then ask you to wrap up on 3 minutes. But if you could then just sit tight, because it's possible that members of the committee may want to ask you questions on any of the points that you've raised. So the way we're going to do it is we go through anybody speaking in objection first, then anybody with neutral comments, then anybody speaking in support, before then going to the applicants. And I've tried to organise it so that it's individuals coming first, then people speaking on behalf of organisations. And as I say, we then move to the applicants. So the first person I'd like to invite to address the committee is Dominic Toos. So if you just look on your microphone in front of you, there's a little button that you press, and when that goes green, it means you're live. If you'd like to start in your own time, and I'll give you a warning at 2.5 minutes in.
Hello, it's my first time speaking at one of these, so I will try to keep to the point and to time. My name is Dominic Toos. I am speaking as someone who's been working and volunteering with vulnerable people in a number of roles nationally and within York for a few years. Recently, in one of these roles, I've seen somebody who's been receiving the last support they'll receive from Vital Council Service due to cuts in terms of budget at the council. This was a case where there's no alternative support, and this person and their family will not receive support they really need going forward. These people, including myself, are heartbroken and scared, and with the budget position and everything, there's a lot of that going around, increasingly so. Even if the response to this is it's different pots of money, different decision makers, increasing traffic around and inside York is going to have negative impacts in terms of air quality, particulates, and more. These impacts, as I understand them, tend to disproportionately affect the demographics who are having services and support taken away from them. The plans for dualling the ring road sort of, to my eye, which is an untrained eye, sort of seem a bit scattershot, and I don't think there's been adequate scrutiny paid to the sort of impact in terms of health and well-being of the people in York, the extra pollution that will be generated by the traffic that will be induced by this development and the construction of it, nor does it take into account the sort of message that this dualling will send. Just in terms of the council's priorities. And yeah, just investing this time, money and attention to a development that doesn't have sufficient evidence to it for it, in my view. It seems a bit wild. People are seeing a council sort of more committed to helping out people driving than addressing the real and present needs and risks facing families and communities in York. And while the council's talked about wanting to cut car journeys by 20% and carbon emissions from transport by 71%, it's just giving car journeys the green light by creating more space than ever for people to drive. So I would just like to ask the people opposed the application.
Just about to give you a 30-second warning, but I think that's
me.
you finished. If you just want to sit tight for a second, are there any questions from members of the committee? No, thank you very much for addressing us today. So the next person I'm going to invite to speak is Lisa Hilda.
Hello.
Hello. So I can see your microphone's on already. So if you just
It
want to
is?
start in your own time, and then I'll give you a warning when you've got about 30 seconds left.
All right. Let me just. Other side. Right. I did have the advantage online of being able to look you all up and see what you're all about. So I'm a York resident. I'm a global citizen. I've had a house in York since 2007, but have only recently returned here to make this my home. And that was in 2022. I was very heartened to see that the York Council issued a climate action plan in 2022, and that a key platform of the changes needed to meet the targets for limiting global warming was a reduction in car use. This is the council's own assessment, and you know it's very clear that people you know within the wider community are agreed that we need to be very careful about car use and increasing car use. I think specifically, you know, I'd remind people that a third of all, this is the council's assessment of all carbon emissions come from transport, and most of that is from cars. And the strategy is to limit the number of miles driven by cars in York by 1/5. I think that it's even within the papers that I've read relating to this, it's clear that the first part of the plan, which was completed in 2019, which was the junction with a sort of earlier junction, has increased car use by 30%. And, you know, there's no, also I noticed that the original proposal was just to improve the roundabouts, and I still haven't got clear in my mind when it became a dualling the whole carriageway, a much bigger process. I also couldn't help noticing that there are a lot more objections so far to the plan than support, and a lot of those come from environmental groups. And while I did start to sort of look at some of the evidence, and I think a lot of it is quite scant in terms of, you know, health and environment. We do.
You've got about 30 seconds left.
Okay. I would sort of say that there's an old adage that you marry in haste and repent at leisure. I was going to point to people that the climate global warming has increased over these years. If you're repenting, it will probably be a much stormier affair. This group of people has the power to put on the brakes. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't go ahead with any of the proposals, but I think we need to think very carefully about how we do it. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, if there's any members have any questions? No, thank you very much for your time. So the next person I have on my list is Pax Butchart. So same again, if you want to start in your own time, and I'll give you a heads up when you've got about 30 seconds left.
Good afternoon. My name is Pax Butcher and I'm a master's student in environment and social justice. I oppose the dualling because research tells us that the more lanes added to a carriageway, the more people get in their cars, only worsening the congestion this project proposes to address. This concept of induced demand has been well understood for 25 years. More road capacity means more car journeys, more traffic accidents, physical inactivity, and carbon emissions. It is irresponsible for any government to approve measures that endanger its citizens' health. This is why in 2021, the Welsh Government froze all new road building projects and confirmed this scrappage in February last year, opting to invest in public transport instead. Road expansion cuts across vital ecosystems, shrinking habitats and increasing the likelihood of collisions with wildlife. It also prevents humans from enjoying these destroyed green spaces. The mature trees and intact topsoil that such construction tears up are vital carbon sinks. More traffic would also worsen air pollution in an area that already suffers from concentrations of particulate matter above WHO guidelines. The last thing we need is more of this. The people of York deserve to breathe freely. You have already done so much great work in electrifying buses and promoting active travel. It would be a great shame if that work was eclipsed by the damaging impact of dualling the ring road. With what this and every city needs is more robust zero-carbon transport links with its suburbs and surrounding towns, and safer pedestrian routes and cycleways. I know that most of you probably just want to rubber stamp the dualling plan and move on to another pressing issue. It's easy to feel that one extra road lane doesn't make a difference, but it does. All across the world, it is in rooms like this full of ordinary people that the decisions that will shape the very future of humanity are made. You may feel powerless in the face of ecological crisis, but you aren't. You have power here, and I ask you to use it wisely to fulfill your duties to the people and ecosystems of York. Please dare to act with ambition, courage, and integrity. I would like to use the remainder of my allotted time to ask for a moment of silence in which we all consider what we owe to each other, to non-humans, to the land that sustains us, and those who will look back on this moment from the future we build for them. I hope this silence will also express our grief at the continued failure of governments and communities to make choices that prioritize right over convenience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the end of your 3 minutes. If there's any questions anybody has? No, I can't see any. So thank you for your time again today. And the next person that I'd like to invite to the table is Sarah Worthington, who is a planning consultant speaking on behalf of Mr. Harrison.
Thank you. It should be noted that none of the objections submitted on behalf of Mr. Harrison have been summarised in the committee report. So that's an omission in the report. I'm only here objecting to the fourth arm on the Clifton Moor roundabout. The fourth arm is not necessary for the ring road improvements. Therefore, there are no special circumstances for the fourth arm of the ring at that roundabout. The Greenbelt assessment doesn't take account of the fact that there are no special circumstances, and therefore it's included in a broad brush assessment, which is not appropriate. The assessment of the SD14 site has not been carried out as part of the local allocation. Therefore, proper assessment has not been done for this access at all. And the access isn't required for the ring road improvements. The New Lane Huntingdon appeal demonstrates that officers have not assessed Greenbelt properly in relation to the local plan, and the same approach has been taken here. Provision of the fourth arm is a waste of public money. £5 million of public money being proposed to be used to line developers' pockets when it's a greenfield site in the Greenbelt. And and that just facilitating access to this greenbelt site is not the council's job, it's the developers, and yet the council are proposing it as part of this planning application. The provision of the fourth arm to the Clifton Moor roundabout does not accord with greenbelt requirements or policy. There are no special circumstances, and permitting it is contrary to national and local plan policy, as well as being a waste of public money to facilitate private gain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from members? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, so just exactly who was Mr. Harrison? I appreciate the party's interested, but who is he? So
Mr. Harrison's a long-term resident in York, living relatively close to the Wigginton Lane roundabout, and the ST14 site has been involved in the local plan objection to ST14, and the fourth arm on the Clifton Moor roundabout, which is proposed as part of this application, facilitates access to that private development site.
Okay, any further questions? No, thank you very much for your time today. So the next public speaker is Richard Lane, who is speaking on behalf of Extinction Rebellion. So you have 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll give you a 30 seconds warning when you're coming to the end of your time.
Thank you. Okay, the National Planning Policy Framework requires that you pass plans that support sustainable forms of development. So you have to decide whether the proposals before you today are sustainable. Now, what is sustainable, obviously, it's completely obvious, depends on the context in which it is being attempted. So let's look at the context. Does anyone know what happened 5 years ago on Thursday? Don't help them. No? Okay, that was the day when a scared teenager came in before the full council to beg you to take action on the climate emergency. The council, to their credit, and some people in this room took part in that vote, the council declared yes, they agreed it was a crisis, it was an emergency, and that you would act accordingly. Now, I hope you don't think that crisis has been averted. It has not. 2023 was the hottest year on record. Droughts in France, India, Indonesia, Spain, Italy. We broke records for wildfires. And there was a tropical cyclone that lasted for more than a month. That's never happened before. Okay. I can spout apocalyptic facts because the facts are apocalyptic. When you're in a crisis, you change your plans, don't you? You don't just carry on. If your house is on fire, you don't just carry on your evening's plans to watch Netflix. You take action. You change your plans. These plans have been discussed for decades. In fact, someone in this room has proudly been campaigning on it, announced proudly they're campaigning on it since 1983. So we know since then there's huge amounts of evidence has accumulated to show that building more roads induces more traffic. So we know this is going to create more emissions. We know it's going to build, it's going to encourage more car-dependent development, more driving, more emissions, more climate change. It won't by itself reduce traffic in the city centre. There is no plausible estimate in the document that you have in front of you of the induced traffic. It's been pretty much ignored. The Pell-Frischman statement says the proposed scheme is not anticipated to generate significant levels of new traffic, but we know that these things do. The COIC, York Council figures for the upgrading of the roundabouts on the A1237 reported traffic volumes increasing by 30% in 8 years. So, I mean, that's significant, right? Same when the M1 was widened, same when the M25 was widened. So, you must not approve these plans without understanding those impacts. In an emergency, no application that significantly increases carbon emissions can be considered sustainable. You were given an A rating for your climate change strategy by the Carbon Disclosure Project. Today, you have in front of you a carbon bomb with which to blow it up, should you choose to do so. There's little point in installing solar panels on the roofs of schools or even in being a fair trade city if you do not take responsibility for our impacts on the wider world. So, as your climate change strategy is barely a year old, please don't fail the generation to which you made that promise 5 years ago.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from committee members? I just have one for myself, because you mentioned the inducing additional
demand,
traffic,
yes.
and the car dependency built into some of the developments.
Yes.
And I think broadly speaking, you know, I would be on a similar page to you in that sense. But the developments are already in the local plan. So all the way around this site, there is a whole series of developments that are to be built. And assuming that the local plan is adopted, they will all come forward over the next few years. So there's an argument that talks about increasing the traffic flow on roads reduces the overall emissions because the time that a vehicle is spent either in sitting in traffic or idling, if it can move more quickly between developments or where it needs to get to, then it's actually spending less time emitting pollution or
this is what it's always, sorry.
So I just would be interested to hear your perspective, because I think you presented it slightly the wrong way around from my view, that these developments will be coming forward anyway, irrespective of whether or not the ring road is dualled. And so it's just trying to understand what your perspective is on the relationship between those two things.
Well, thank you for the chance to expand on it. Yes, well, what you describe is exactly what is said before every road building project ever, you know, in the M25 widening, figures here. So the M25, but yeah, the widening was supposed to reduce congestion and provide more reliable journey times, was in the literature beforehand. And traffic volumes went up by 23% and expected speed rises did not materialize. This happens again and again. Incidentally, that in that projection, they were using the Saturn model, which is the same one that they use in this as well. It's just something that people keep getting, when they do these schemes, they keep getting this wrong again and again. And it doesn't seem like we ever learn. It seems, pardon me, perhaps for being a bit tinfoil hat, but it does seem like it's a politically convenient fact to ignore induced traffic.
So I don't think I've perhaps articulated my question quite the right way. I suppose what I'm trying to understand from your perspective is it the road that induces the demand, or is it all of the additional car dependent built developments that will happen irrespective of the plan that increases the traffic?
Okay, well, all other things being equal, the evidence is that when you build additional road capacity, it will create more vehicle movements, because there is generally, I mean, it's not true universally, but I would, you know, this is why I'm saying you need to understand these impacts. Generally, there is suppressed demand. People don't drive because there is congestion. Congestion is a deterrent. You build more road space, creates more space for people to drive. Sat navs, oh, there's more space. You can go this way. It's quicker for you. So that road space fills up. Add to that, now you have a problem. Yes, you have a huge problem of wanting to build new developments on the ring road. Absolutely. That's going to be a big challenge for you to manage that without increasing traffic volumes. That's going to require some really imaginative thinking and some good transport policy. This is not that. This is old transport policy. This is the kind of thing that they've been trying to do since the ring road was built. And we've moved on from there. And we need to move on from there because we're in a crisis.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. So the next public speaker is Tom Franklin, who is speaking on behalf of the Green Party. So you'll know you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll give you a heads up at 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I'm Secretary of York Green Party and Chair of the Regional Party. We oppose dualling the Outer Ring Road because it will not solve the problem that it is supposed to solve. It will worsen traffic in the city centre, and it is not compatible with the 20% traffic reduction that the council wishes to achieve in addressing the climate emergency. Dualling the ring road will improve flows along it for a few years, but the evidence from every road widening scheme is that it simply leads to more cars using the road, and that within 7 years, the congestion is as bad as before. It's ludicrous to spend £65 million, that's almost half the annual council budget, on a temporary solution to congestion. Other much cheaper solutions include improving public transport and the park and ride network to reduce the need for people to use cars, and improving cycling and walking routes. Dualling the ring road will inevitably mean that more people will choose to drive, and more of them will want to come into the city centre. It will not improve traffic flows into the city centre. It will worsen them. Again, this has happened over and over again. The modelling may show otherwise, but that is because of the assumptions in the model. A model is only as good as its assumptions. Just improving the A59 roundabout on the ring road led to an increase in traffic coming into the town down the A59. It will do so on each of the radial roads. Councillors promised that they would only bring the planning application forward when there was, as part of the application, plans to ensure that the traffic in the city centre does not increase. There is nothing in the planning application to ensure that traffic into the city centre does not increase. Sorry, I thought I printed two sides. We have promised that this is the last major road scheme needed, as has been promised so often before. Each scheme will supposedly solve the traffic problems, but each one leads to more. After this, there'll be calls to dual the rest of the ring road. Actually, we've already heard it from Julian Sturdy. And then the A64 east of York, maybe then the A19 to Thirsk, and so on and so on. It's a never-ending fool's errand. You need to stop it now. The council claims to be concerned about the climate emergency. Transport is one of the largest contributors of emissions in York, but dualling the ring road goes directly against the aim to reduce car usage across the whole of York by 20% and transport emissions by 70%.
You've got 30 seconds.
Thanks. Building new roads is simply incompatible with this aim. In the best case scenario, it will take over 90 years for the 490,000 tonnes of CO2 generated in the construction to be recovered to through reduced congestion, though that does not allow for the inevitable increase in traffic or road repairs. The plan fails in its own terms. It will only reduce congestion for a short period. It fails to reduce traffic in the city centre. It fails to reduce carbon emissions. You cannot be serious about the climate emergency and vote for dualling the ring road. The climate emergency is part of council policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin, for coming and speaking today. I understand you're here on behalf of the Green Party. When the Green Party did have representatives on the City of York Council, they were actively involved in designing and supporting the Outer Ring Road. I just want to know whether that's affected your views as the council and whether you change your mind.
Can we not have any interjections from the public gallery, please?
When there were Greens on the council, they were in a small minority and they couldn't prevent at least some work being done on developing. What the Greens on the council did was work really hard to ensure that there was at least some provision for active transport in the scheme, because before that there was none. So the fact that there's now a cycle route, not a very good one because it keeps doubling back on itself, crossing the road, and it's sort of, despite being higher in the transport hierarchy, is very much an afterthought. At least it managed to be put there. So it was about improving what was going to happen, because it was quite clear that the other parties could outvote the four Greens on the council.
Okay, any further questions? I'm just going to ask you one myself. You referenced 2 or 3 times that you believe the scheme will worsen traffic in the city centre, and from reading through the report, I'm not seeing anything in the report that says that it will worsen traffic in the city centre. We might argue the toss over whether it reduces traffic, but what's your evidence base that you believe dualling the ring road will worsen traffic within the city centre?
The evidence base is actually the A59 roundabout, which was enhanced 2 or 3 years ago now, maybe a little bit more. And that led to more traffic coming down the A59 into town, because it was easier to use the road than it was before. We're going to see exactly the same on each of the radial routes on the northern side, obviously on the northern side of York. We've seen it again and again. It's not just in York, it's in every single place. When you build a road, it creates more traffic. That traffic is going somewhere. That traffic is not all going from west of York to east of York. Some of it is going to York. And because it's now easier, at least for a while, people will drive into York.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Widdowson, I think you've got a question as well.
Just can I build on your question, Councillor Crawshaw? So that's your observation, or do you have evidence?
It's actually the council's data that I was using there, so I don't have it with me, but I can dig it
So
out, or you
perhaps
can ask the
if
council
if you
for
could
it.
send that to me, because I haven't seen data that says by improving the A59 roundabout, we increase traffic in the city centre.
Well, it wasn't phrased like
I've
that.
not seen it. I've never seen any
No.
evidence that says that.
Good.
I've heard opinions, but I've not seen
No,
evidence. that
there's
says that.
data that more traffic is now coming down the A59. However,
Councillor Nelson.
Just to add on to that, with a similar kind of, I suppose, slightly confused face, there is a park and ride at the end of the A59, so it depends, are you talking about more traffic coming down the A59 to that roundabout? Or is there evidence of an increase on the Boroughbridge Road itself?
yes, on the Boroughbridge Road itself.
Within.
And in fact, I think when not all the time has that park and ride been operational either.
That's true.
So that
With
also
park and ride
complicates matters.
operational,
Sorry?
but with the park and ride operational, is there evidence of an increase?
I would have to look at the figures for different times. I mean, that's a matter of finding the figures from your transport department, because I haven't done the censuses.
I think if members are wanting to interrogate that, we'd have to think about it in terms of whether it's material to this particular application, but we do have the opportunity to ask officers as and when we reach that point. Thank you very much for your time today. If you'd like to take your seat back in the public gallery. The next speaker I have is Tony May. And you're speaking on behalf of York Civic Trust. So you'll know you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll give you a 30-second warning when you're reaching the end of that 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. York Civic Trust has long supported the principle of dualling the Outer Ring Road, provided that there is clear evidence that the scheme will achieve its stated objective of reducing traffic in Inner York. Unfortunately, the applicant's submission does not provide that evidence. Experience over the last several decades, as other speakers have said, shows that if road improvements which increase capacity will generate additional traffic unless other action is taken. And I was going to quote the A59 roundabout, but you've heard about that already. Happy to answer questions on it if that would help. The clear advice from bodies like the International Transport Forum is that the benefits of increased capacity need to be locked in from the outset by taking action to make sure that that capacity is used for the purposes you want it for. Unfortunately, the application still has no proposals for doing that. The implications of this are clear from the applicant's own transport assessment. It predicts increases of 50% or more in traffic on central sections of the Outer Ring Road on opening. That's before any new developments. Reductions in Inner York would be very small. On the Inner Ring Road, less than 100 vehicles an hour. The largest reduction on Gillygate of 7%. There are some more optimistic forecasts in the applicant's website, but I've seen no substantiation of those, and I think we just have to accept that they're aspirational. But there is, I would like to put to you a straightforward solution. The applicant is proposing a movement and place plan for York. The aim of that is to remove traffic from sensitive, congested, polluted streets. We strongly recommend that it be made a condition of any planning permission that the applicant is required to develop measures to ensure that traffic is diverted from Inner York to the Outer Ring Road, and that those measures are implemented in conjunction with the upgrade. Such a condition would ensure that at whatever stage the Outer Ring Road is upgraded, the administration at the time has a requirement to implement those elements of the movement and place plan. And so the benefits would accrue to the city as a whole, rather than to traffic wishing to drive past York. If that
I've
were the
failed to
basis-
give you your 30-second warning, I'm afraid. So you're
Yep.
actually just on 3 minutes,
Yep.
but if you could just wrap up.
I'm simply going to say on that basis, the application would have the York Civic Trust support.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from members? I had a question, I'm not seeing anybody else, and I don't know whether or not you've perhaps touched on it slightly with your final point around the movement and place plan, but what I was going to ask was, obviously there's a distinction which I should imagine the committee will get into further down the line around the role of the planning authority versus the role of the highways authority, and there is planning permission being requested for the physical construction of a road. But actually nothing within the planning process dictates how that road is configured in terms of, you know, the lining of the road, the speed limits of the road, the positioning of traffic lights, those sorts of things. And whilst on the one hand, it's not material to this planning application that's before us, I'm just wondering whether there are things that you would be aware of that could be things that could change within the scheme further down the line that would be within the gift of the highways department that might make it more acceptable, notwithstanding the comments you made around the movement and place plan.
It's clearly within the gift of the highway authority at any time to change the way that the upgraded outer ring road or the rest of the road network is used. But the difficulty, as other speakers have indicated, is that if you do nothing at the outset, you will attract more traffic, quite possibly traffic that isn't part of the York community, which will use that capacity and you'll lose the opportunity. And I realise that that is principally a transport planning and a highway planning consideration, but it does, as we've indicated in our fuller submission, have very clear planning implications, because this is a scheme which is being proposed to satisfy certain elements of the national planning framework. And in order to do that, it needs to be able to demonstrate those benefits for reduction of pollution and the reduction of congestion in other parts of the city.
Thank you. And a further question from me, but again, I'm just looking, there's no other hands. The same question that I posed to Mr. Lane, and I'll hopefully articulate it in a quicker way. Obviously, the local plan sets out a number of developments on this side of the city, which in and of themselves will generate car journeys. And so the existing infrastructure is already at or over capacity. What's your assessment of the relationship between the induced demand inherent in building a road, which has been articulated by 2 or 3 people, versus the demand that will be created by the development of a large number of dwellings, and how that demand is actually managed within the network, and in particular in relation to things like congestion and air pollution that's associated with congestion?
This, I think, is a really difficult problem, because the developments are not going to be in place at the time that the upgrade takes place. And in the intervening period, if nothing is done, the capacity gets used up. And so those new developments will not have the additional capacity on the outer ring road to use, because it will be full. Now, I would fully accept that our argument that you make use of that extra capacity to relieve conditions in the inner York doesn't actually help, because still the road capacity isn't there for the new developments, because it's been filled with all the traffic. But the crucial solution to this is to plan those new developments so that they're not car dominated. I should say we've been very depressed by what we've seen so far from outline applications for those developments, because they don't seem to take that on board. But those developments need to be planned as part of a sustainable York, in which the dominant activities are local, so requiring less traffic and travel, and provided for by public transport and walking and cycling. there will be some car use, and one would hope that there'll be some capacity left on the outer ring road for that car use to take place. But I don't think we can make a decision on the outer ring road as such in the assumption that when those developments take place, what is being proposed today will still have spare capacity for them.
Okay, thank you. With no further, oh, there is a further question, Councillor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just sort of further to that, it may not be appropriate, but do you think there's a potential that if the ring road were to be dual, then that would improve the situation for some of those would-be developments, and potentially therefore when the developers are coming in with their S106 and SIL money, that money could then potentially be used for, you know, better public transport in a way that it wouldn't have been available if the ring road hadn't been dual? Is that okay to ask?
An interesting question. I can't immediately see how it becomes easier to impose a section 106 or SIL requirements to finance alternatives. Because what you want from those, what I would hope you want from those developments anyhow, is support for the public transport of the active travel that enables those developments to be sustainable. And that ought to be a feasible option, whether or not you have a dual and upgraded outer ring road.
Councillor Fenton, I think you had a question as well.
Thank you. You mentioned the possibility of a condition linking or having as a prerequisite of this application measures to prioritise public transport and active travel measures within the ring road. Are you suggesting the condition should refer to the existence of a movement and place plan, or something a step beyond that? I was just wanting to understand what you were proposing.
We've had quite a bit of discussion about this, and I'm not a planning expert, I hasten to stress, but my planning colleagues say that it wouldn't be appropriate to have a condition that referred to a future plan, but it is appropriate to specify a series of measures which themselves ensure that the outer ring road is used for the purposes that the applicant says they want to use it for. In other words, removing traffic from, and it would be possible, and indeed we've already done quite a bit of work on this, to suggest a series of measures which would achieve that and would at the same time benefit Inner York.
Okay, thank you very much for your time today. If you'd like to take your seat back in the gallery. And the next public speaker that I have is actually joining us remotely. So I'm going to say, is Mr. Mark Corrigan there? And I'm hoping you're going to say yes.
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. So I believe you're speaking today on behalf of the British Horse Society.
I am. So good afternoon, councillors. My name is Mark Corrigan. I'm employed by the British Horse Society as an access officer for Yorkshire, an equestrian charity which represents the 3 million horse riders in the UK. Since 2010, the British Horse Society has had over 15,000 road incidents involving horses reported to it. 1,500 horses have been injured, 620 horses have died, 47 humans have lost their lives, and 1,682 have been injured. And we estimate that that's only 10% of incidents reported to us. Currently, 2 horses per week are killed on our roads. We welcome any Pegasus crossings as suggested that would facilitate safer road crossings for horse riders within the scheme. The proposal does not mention the inclusion of horse riders in the 5.1 kilometre shared use cycle and pedestrian route or the 6 underpasses. For this reason, the British Horse Society objects to this proposal. National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 104, planning policies and decisions should protect and enhance public rights of way and access, including taking opportunities to provide better facilities for users. For example, by adding links to existing rights-of-way networks, including national trails. That's a quote. The YO32 postcode area has 641 passport registered horses, contributing £4,414,567 per annum to the local economy. Horse riders must be allowed access onto the 5.1 kilometre shared use route and the underpasses. There's an opportunity here to follow the example of neighbouring Leeds City Council East Leeds Orbital Road, winner of the Transport Project of the Year 2023 at the BCI Awards, whose slogan of "Not Just a Road" delivers by providing for all members of the community. During the parliamentary debate on road safety in November 2018, Jessie Norman, the Under-Secretary of State for Transport, stated that we should be clear that cycling and walking strategy may have that name, but is absolutely targeted at vulnerable road users, including horse riders.
We've got 30 seconds left.
It's now acknowledged that horse riding is as much an active travel mode as a recreational walking or cycling, and the 2019 parliamentary debate on active travel in Westminster, Robert Courts MP proposed horse riders ought to be thought about in the context of active travel as well, and that was endorsed by Michael Ellis, Minister of State for Transport, who confirmed, and I quote, active travel includes horse riders and bridle paths.
If you could just wrap up there, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So any questions from members? I've just got one point of clarity that I would just like to ask. So you said that your concern was around the lack of access to the underpasses rather than the diversion of the bridleway and across the Pegasus crossing. Am I correct with that?
Yeah, so in the proposal, it states that there's a provision of a 5-kilometre shared use cycle and pedestrian route, and 2 overbridges and 6 underpasses. There's no mention of equestrian access to any of them. It's very specific in that it says cycle and pedestrian route. So we think that it should include horse riders in there, and that signage to that effect should also be used. There's lots of examples up and down the country where horse riders are quite happily sharing routes with cyclists and pedestrians. One of the biggest routes in the country, the Transpennine Trail, coast to coast route, involves cyclists, horse riders and pedestrians shared quite happily. And there are many other examples.
Thank you.
This scheme could include that.
That's helpful clarification. Thank you. If you just hang on one second, Councillor Widdowson has indicated she has a question for you.
Just a little bit of clarification. Are you talking about the route that the Sustrands route, so like the ones that I've walked on in Whitby, where they've got all the various different Pegasus crossings and that work quite well?
The cinder track, I think you're referring to, yes, that's another example of one. You know, a great example, as I've mentioned, Elaw, and I was involved in Elaw, has got 5 Pegasus crossings, 1 on each junction. It's an absolutely fantastic facility, and that's why it won the Transport Project of the Year. And this ring road potentially has that exact potential to do exactly the same and provide a brilliant facility for all users. Not just a road.
And Councillor Nelson has a question for you as well.
Thank you. It's a really interesting point that you've made. Can I just ask if you have any data or kind of indication of the amount of horse riders, horse owners around and accessing sort of bridleways and routes in that area of York? Obviously, I can ask our council officers that as well, but just if you've got, if you keep track of where there are big concentrations of riders and things like that.
So we've got every horse rider in the country that owns a horse has to have a passport for that horse. And the YO32 postcode area alone, there are 641 passport registered.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Corrigan. You now can log off, but you can continue watching
you.
the meeting on YouTube on the council's webcast if you want to keep up the meeting. Okay, I'm going to take us to our next public speaker, and then after that speaker, I'm going to have a short adjournment because the next speaker is the last person speaking in objection, and I think that is an appropriate point to then pause for 5 minutes. So I've got Andy Shrimpton speaking on behalf of the York Cycle Campaign. And again, you have 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll try to give you 30-second warning as you're running towards the end of your 3 minutes.
Thank you. York Cycle Campaign originally objected to this scheme on 3 main grounds. Namely, that it fails to meet the criteria for sustainable transport as laid out in the National Planning Framework, Policy Framework, and locks in car dependency. It fails to provide infrastructure for active travel that is safe and attractive for users in line with national guidance, and it fails to meet the scheme's own objectives, including promoting active travel and facilitating a redistribution of through traffic away from York Centre in order to promote active travel within the city. Subsequent changes to the scheme have been relatively minor and do not resolve our fundamental concerns. From an active travel perspective, we remain particularly concerned about the use of at-grade crossings within the scheme, particularly for crossing the A1237 at Wigginton Roundabout and the Huntington Bridleway diversion across the 1237, as well as feeder roads within the scheme. At-grade crossings on fast and busy roads, even when signalised, are danger and should be replaced by underpasses, which will be safe and attractive for cyclists and pedestrians. We're also concerned about missing links within the segregated cycle provision to the east of the scheme and a lack of a linked commitment to introduce time-bound and time-costed schemes, to reallocate through traffic away from the city centre to the outer ring road. For example, through the provision of bus gates on key roads and bridges. If these issues are not resolved, the scheme will not achieve the active travel gains required of such a large funded scheme, and the dual ring road will in many areas serve as a significant barrier for cyclists and pedestrians. York Cycle Campaign therefore continues to call for the application to be refused. Instead of undertaking road improvements that will be rapidly lost to induced demand, the council's focus should be on providing excellent active travel infrastructure that would be generally transformative, greatly improving life for residents, air quality, health and well-being, accessibility for all, and ensuring the city's commitment to net zero can be met. The big transport conversation has shown this is what York residents want. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. I was interested that Active Travel England haven't raised an objection with this, and I just wondered if you have any kind of comments or thoughts on that, since obviously a big thing that you guys feel is that it fails to promote active travel, but that's not what Active Travel England seem to be saying when they're looking at the application.
Okay, I can't speak for them.
No, I just wonder where you think your kind of disagreement with them perhaps.
I have no idea, to be honest.
Sorry. Fair enough.
It's a nice succinct answer. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Welcome to the meeting. Paragraph 563 of the report on page 54 indicates that the council has undertaken an LTN 120 assessment of cycling provision at present, and the proposed cycling provision under the terms of the application. And this has been done by a CLOS audit. The scheme will score 82%, 80% being considered good. The current provision is 48%. Would you prefer not to have the scheme and keep it 48%, or carry out the scheme and get it to 82%?
Obviously, we'd prefer an 82%, but that's not the whole substance of our objections. Okay, so I think fundamentally, the lack of being able to, the scheme's objection, which I would say our main problem, the scheme's objective is about displacing traffic, bringing traffic out of the city centre. That's not going to happen by all accounts, as we've already heard today. So, yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? Not seeing any, so thank you very much.
Sorry, can I just come back on that? I was going to say it might score 82%, but obviously, as we pointed out, there are still significant deficiencies to the east of this project. So, but I did point that out. But,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time today. So what I'm going to propose that we do now, I make it just coming up to 4:05. So I'm going to take a short adjournment. If we could be back here, please, by 4:10 to restart. And if I can just remind committee members and members in the public gallery that during the adjournment, there's to be no discussion with committee members and amongst committee members about the application. Thank you. Back everybody to today's meeting of Planning Committee A. We are partway through the public participation section. Can I ask for everybody to be quiet, please? Thank you. We are partway through the public participation section, and the next person I have on my list to speak is Luke Charters, who is the parliamentary candidate for Labour for the outer seat.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Luke Charters, Labour's parliamentary candidate for York Outer, and I'm in favour of the application to dual York's Ring Road. And if I had £1 for every time the Tories promised to dual it over the last 14 years, we'd have the money to invest in an entire tram system as well. The scheme's not perfect, but we can't afford any more delay. It's time to get on with delivery. And it's always perplexed me, and frankly, many of our residents, why the ring road was not dualled when it was originally built in the 70s and 80s. Travelling alongside from one edge of the city to another, open Google Maps at peak rush hour, and it may even send you and divert you through the city centre rather than via the ring road. And it's, for me, this in its most simple terms, the greatest benefit of the scheme, to get traffic out of the city centre. And many of us would have been stuck in traffic at a standstill from Clifton Mill Gate to Rawcliffe Bar. And I remember panicking last December when Rachel Reeves came to campaign for us that I would be late. I actually used to cycle to school, and it was the Huntington and Ayswick junction that's always been in dire need of an upgrade to improve the cycle connectivity. In my heart of hearts, I do advocate for further provision for active travel, but we can't let perfection be the enemy of the good. Ideally, we would have seen more pedestrian and cycle routes. I do endorse many of the comments in the pack from the parish councils in respect to safe cycle routes. I do think it's regrettable, for instance, that proposals do not include provision for an underpass at the Wigginton Road roundabout. An underpass also must be lit to ensure the safety of pedestrians at night too. I would also urge that there's a concerted effort to protect the River Foss from any sewage and pollution during the construction dualling process. I also think there's some interesting proposals by York Civic Trust around priority for bus services at some roundabouts, and perhaps those can be considered in future. But I could list other areas where the scheme could be improved, but it's about evaluating it on balance. The question at the end of the day is, will the long-term benefits of dualling the ring road outweigh the costs? And I'm confident the answer is yes. Chair, I believe that the ring road in its present configuration is holding our city back. Traffic is disruptive for small businesses and residents, and active travel in the area is completely insufficient. The ring road dualling would be a most welcome step forward for the people of York Outer, who rely on their cars on a daily basis to commute around our city. Congestion would be reduced from the city centre too, and journey times would be cut. That is why, in spite of some of the improvements that I think we are missing, I believe we must support these plans and dual the ring road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So any questions from members? Not seeing any hands, so thank you for your time today. The next person I have to speak is Neil Rowley, and he's speaking on behalf of York Private Hire Association. So again, you have 30 seconds to address the committee, and 30 seconds. I'm trying to speed things up. 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll give you 30-second warning when you're coming to the end of your time.
Hello. The York Private Hire Association is fully in support of the plans to dual this critical section of the ring road. When the road was opened in 1986, York's population was 160,000. It is now 203,000, plus every village outside the ring road has also expanded. I live in such a village, and every disused plot of land has recently been built upon. The road network therefore needs to be upgraded for a growing population and be fit for the 21st century. Presently, there are twice daily periods of congestion. This is especially severe at Rawcliffe Roundabout, where many vehicles cut through the park and ride site to avoid queuing. One caveat we have relates to the controlled crossings, as they seem dangerous and unnecessary. When Copmanthorpe had a single signalled crossing on the A64, it proved a safety risk. We hope the construction will not coincide with too many other major roadworks around the city, and that York Council use reliable contractors who stick with the timetable, and that they promise if they do not stick to it, there is some penalty to the contractors for holding our city to ransom with overrunning works. But ultimately, we approve any measures that will reduce queuing traffic and therefore reduce emissions. That's it.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And if you could just hang on for questions, Councillor Fenton has one.
Thank you. Just in relation to the pedestrian crossings and cycle crossings, the signalised crossings that are proposed, you said they were unnecessary. I was wondering if you could tell us why you believe they're unnecessary.
Well, before today, I didn't get a good view of the actual plans and also the speed limits on each section. So it was more to do with there being underpasses on lots of the roundabouts anyway, but obviously not the Wigginton Road one. So it could be better to have an underpass there.
Okay, any further questions? No, so thank you very much for your time today. So the next person I have registered to speak is Councillor Kate Revilius, who is the exec member for Environment and Climate. So you will know the score very well, I'm sure. I'll give you a 30-second warning nonetheless when you get near the end of your 3 minutes.
Can you just not give me the 30 seconds?
If you think you've timed it, yeah, perfect.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll all have received an email from me yesterday with modelling data for the impact of the pedestrian crossing over the ring road near the Wigginton Road roundabout. I've been asking for this data for many months, but didn't receive it until last Friday. I believe it's essential information for understanding how the new road will function and should have formed part of the planning application. During the 30 seconds that the traffic is brought to a halt by the pedestrian crossing, the model shows that a queue on the eastbound carriageway of around 63 metres in length forms during the morning rush hour and 125 metres in length during the evening rush hour, using estimated traffic levels for 2036. The distance from the pedestrian crossing to the roundabout is around 40 metres, meaning that vehicles will queue back onto the roundabout and beyond when the pedestrian crossing is called. Even under current traffic levels, use of the pedestrian crossing will cause traffic to back up onto the roundabout during rush hour. Currently, this section of the road has no pedestrian crossing and it's a daunting undertaking. It's only crossed an average of 25 times per day. This current low demand is used as a basis to assume that crossing demand will not be high when the outer ring road is built, and therefore any queuing back would be infrequent. This assumption is highly flawed. The presence of a pedestrian crossing is likely to encourage more people to walk, wheel or cycle. Instead of driving to the Webb Adventure Park, families living in Rawcliffe will be able to safely walk there, which is fantastic. But a gaggle of children or someone with limited mobility may well take longer than the allocated 7 seconds of green. Sensors will hold the traffic back till everyone's crossed safely, but the extra seconds will result in even longer queues of traffic than the model suggests. The data for this crossing demonstrates the current design can't possibly meet the NPPF criteria for sustainable travel and simultaneously meet the core purpose of dualling to reduce traffic congestion. The plans before you are contingent on active travel levels not increasing for the road to remain functional. This ring road needs to work for everyone, drivers, walkers, wheelers and cyclists alike, and it needs to reflect our transport hierarchy. Furthermore, the plans need to accommodate the planned growth of the city and the active travel targets within the local transport strategy and climate change strategy. This design proposes implementing a plan that assumes that the pedestrian crossing will not be a busy place. The designs need to reflect greater ambition around active travel, more consideration around accessibility, and full alignment with the sustainable transport objectives in the NPPF.
Capping the active travel spend at 5 million for this scheme has resulted in disjointed active travel routes with no crossing provision at numerous radial roads, failure to complete the active travel route between the Strensel and Monk's Cross roundabout, and 2 pedestrian crossings across the newly dualled ring road with potential to make the road dysfunctional. Any improvements this committee can bring will be most welcome. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And you were just nicely within your 3 minutes there. So any questions from members? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, obviously you are a member of the cabinet. You're listed as other, and you're in the section of people supporting this application. For clarity, are you supporting the application? And a second question is the improvements you look at the committee to bring forward, what specifically they are they, please?
So my understanding is that this, the local plan is contingent on the ring road being dualled. But what I feel is that these plans here need further refinement in order to meet the planning requirements. So I'm saying I support the application if further refinements can be made that makes it work. At the moment, it will be dysfunctional. It will result in more congestion because of some of the design features of this road. So it's not going to achieve its stated aims. And then I can't remember what the other half of your question was. Oh, what to do? Well, straight away, we shouldn't be having pedestrian crossings across the newly dualled ring road. The data, the modelling data suggests that that has the risk of making the road dysfunctional. It will add to congestion. So there needs to be underpasses. There was a 5 million cap put on the active travel, which is why there are not underpasses in those places. But we have to think bigger than that. We have to find that money in order to do it. There's just no point in doing a road that doesn't work. So it needs those underpasses for starters. Then there are other smaller elements of the active travel that need to work. It has to be a joined up active travel network. So where there are plenty of the feeder roads have absolutely no crossing provision. When you've got a fast feeder road, even if it is 40 miles per hour, that's fast if you're a 12-year-old trying to judge how to cross it. It needs some crossing provision so that the active travel routes are smooth and continuous and easy for everybody to use and accessible for people with limited mobility. So those sort of things, the equality side of things and the active travel side of things are just not complete there at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate why all those could be good things, but in my opinion, the planning committee has nothing like the power to make those adjustments. Nothing whatsoever like the scale of adjustments you want to the power to condition broadly, and then it's refuse or approve. So assuming we can't do that, presumably you're in opposition to this application as it stands.
No, what I'm saying here is I am concerned that the data that I shared with you, which I have asked for many, many months, was not included in the planning application, because I think it is essential for you to understand how the road will function. So I asked for this data to be included, but it is not an executive function to choose what data goes to the planning committee or not. I would suggest, and if you agree with me, that this probably needs to be deferred so that you then get this information and it is considered properly. I think that information shows that the current plans in front of you, the road will not function and do what we are asking it to do.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Nelson.
Just a really quick one. Do you know if, obviously it's taken you a long time to get this data, do you know whether the planning sort of arm of the council, have they had this data, or are you aware whether this has come to them at the same time as it's come to you? Obviously.
Yeah, I was given a verbal update on this in November, whereas it was explained to me how the pedestrian crossing would function for pedestrians and cyclists and so on. But I was not given any information about how it would impact on traffic flow at that point. So I don't know if I only literally received it on Friday, but I have been asking for many, many months, like we're talking 9 months or so, I've been asking for this data. I don't No, but I imagine in November when I was given the verbal update, the data did exist and officers, I imagine, did have it, because otherwise I don't think they'd have been able to give me the information about the pedestrian aspect of it, but I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any further hands, so thank you very much for your time today. The next speaker is Councillor Pete Kilbane, who is the Executive Member for Economy and Transport. And you will also know you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and I know that your speeches don't always last exactly 3 minutes, so I will give you a 30-second warning.
Yeah, if you could give me a very severe 30-second warning, that would be good. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm Councillor Pete Kilbane. I'm the Executive Member for Transport, amongst other things, which is why I'm here today to support this application that you have in front of you for the dualling of a section of the A1237. So obviously we inherited this plan when we came into office last May, inherited it from the Liberal Democrat and Green administration. It was brought forward under that administration with a Green executive member for transport, so it has come through that. These are difficult decisions that we're making. These are difficult issues that we are dealing with, and I think it's beholden on all of us, as you've heard today, not to shy away from any of the difficulties that we face. You know, what we're trying to do, there's lots of politics around this, so we can have arguments about whether or not we should be building roads, etc. And as you will see, sort of locally, there are differences within groups as to whether or not they should go ahead or not. That's not really the issue that's in front of us today. I mean, I think the issue for whether or not we dual a ring road was actually decided at the local elections last May, where only parties that were committed to dualling it were re-elected. And I think if the arguments that we're going to have about usage and car usage, etc., they need to be, they're discussions that we're having with residents. What you need to decide today in front of you is whether or not the application that is there is fit to be passed and whether it conforms with national planning policy. So as part of that, just for the context, as part of the local plan, and again, we can have whatever views we like about the local plan, but it is soon to be adopted. There are 4 housing developments that will be served by this dualling, about 3,500 units, and there is a business park as well that will be served for it. It is quite clearly referenced in the local plan that those developments are contingent upon these improvements happening. So this is being brought forward. When we inherited it, there were objections from Active Travel England to some of the sustainable travel that was in there. Those have been taken on board and have been corrected. We have also tried to improve the active travel connectivity as much as we can. But I think you get to the point where there might be a chance for questions, so I can expand my other points. So you do get to the point where the tinkering has to stop really, and we just need to get on with it and put an end to the uncertainty that many developers have, many residents have, and get on and build the thing.
Okay, thank you very much. So members, any questions for Councillor Kilbane? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, just to clarify, you said the developments are contingent on the ring road being dual. That's an extremely high bar to say they're contingent on them.
So within the local plan documents, I think it might be policy T4 subsection 8 is where it says that those housing sites will be relying upon the dualling of the York Outer Ring Road within the local plan itself, not within this application or within this policy. And again, as is detailed in the application in front of you, the local plan is referenced. I think there may be about 14 different references to the local plan within the document in front of you. So the local plan has been put forward on the basis of the dualling of the ring road, certainly that part of it to the north of the city. And it's very difficult to see how any of those housing developments can come forward without the spurs being put in to service them, and also the road capacity being put in.
Councillor Nelson.
In relation to the local plan element of it, obviously it's because of the local plan that the fourth arm has been included on the roundabout at Clifton Moorgate. I just wondered if you had any kind of thoughts or feelings about the fact that that is a privately owned development, even though it's within the local plan, and the kind of where the financial shouldering of those things should sit.
Well, you know me, Councillor Nelson, as much money as we can get out of the private sector, the better. However, having designated those sites as development sites, it is incumbent upon the local authority to make sure that they can actually be developed. So that is what that's is there for, and that's why it's part of this plan. Now, at the moment, the government and West Yorkshire Combined Authority are standing most of the cost. The cost to the York council taxpayer directly is 3.6 million, I think, of capital funding that we are putting towards a £65 million scheme. It was £65 million 5 years ago. I'm not sure if it'll still be £65 million now, but that remains to be seen what's happened with prices. And obviously not relevant to this committee making decision.
Not seeing further hands, but I have got a question. So this scheme, one of the stated aims is about reducing traffic from the city centre. But I think that a number of people have already raised questions around that, and I'm sure that members will want to ask officers around the data that's been submitted, you know, in the report in support. But I just wondered if you could expand on what you believe this scheme will do to enable the reduction in traffic in the city centre. Because I think a significant part of this application will ultimately end up hinging on that.
Yeah, and it is the claim that is made for the scheme, so that is you know, it's appropriate that that's taken into consideration. I think the analogy that is often used is the difference that the A64 building had on the city centre. So before the A64 was built, then most of the traffic, pretty much all of the traffic going from Leeds to Scarborough used to trundle past York Minster, which I'm sure was very nice for the people to break their journey from Leeds, but wasn't exactly ideal for the city centre. So it was used to be able to withdraw traffic from the city centre. Listening to what the public speakers have said today, unless it's proactively managed, then there's a very real opportunity that it will just fill up with induced demand, and the opportunity to use it as a way of removing traffic from the city centre will be lost. So, you know, I was very relaxed about. I don't know how you do this in terms of planning, actually, because otherwise I think we might have done it, but the planners will be able to let us know. Very relaxed about making sure that removal of this scheme is managed in such a way, this road is managed in such a way as to remove traffic from the city centre. If there's a way of making that conditional, then I would be extremely relaxed about that happening, because the issue is obviously we've had a massive local transport consultation where, you know, overwhelming majority of residents have told us they want to move around the city differently. That will formulate a movement in place plan that will enable people to move around differently. We are committed to reducing the number of driven miles in the city. But what that will mean is proactive management of the road network. As of the 2nd of May, this particular stretch of road will pass over to the Combined Authority. And so we need to try and make sure that the Combined Authority manages this road in such a way that then benefits the City of York, the residents of York, and is, you know, compatible with the local transport plan, the movement and place plan that's been developed. The difficulty is that it's a planning application. So actually what we're talking about is what's within that red line. You can see up there on the screen. And while we have, you know, hopes and aspirations for better connectivity through the site, through sustainable travel, that will be down to the local authority, and we've got to get agreement from the mayor, whoever they are, that's the way that the local transport plan is going to be enacted. So anything that can be done to make sure that it does, conditionally do that, then very happy with that. But, I think in planning terms, that's quite a difficult thing to do.
So I think we may need to take advice of officers, because that's a number of suggestions that have been made around conditions, and obviously that's something that we'll need to interrogate. I'm just wondering, as exec member, what you've done so far and what else you can do, whether it's through the planning process or as this scheme, if it was approved, was developed out to do things like, it was mentioned around priority for buses crossing the ring road, and has there been consideration for whether it's part-time signals or some sort of priority scheme? Because I think the point that Councillor Avilius was making is that if the junctions get seized up, whether it's by virtue of pedestrian crossings or just volume of traffic, then actually those benefits of public transport in and out of the city centre are lost.
So a couple of things. First of all, we have made some tweaks, and they are only tweaks really to the active travel infrastructure to try and make it better. So accommodating large outsized bicycles, cargo bikes, disabled bikes, that kind of thing. We've done that, but they're only tweaks, and the reason why they're only tweaks is that you started off with a budget, and those budgets were set, and then the design was built to that budget. So obviously, if we could build underpasses everywhere, then we'd be doing that. But coming in May, that opportunity had gone really. Because the money just wasn't there for those kind of interventions that we would have liked to have seen. And I'm not necessarily criticising the previous administration for that. They had a budget that they were working to, and this is the best that they could get with the budget that they had. So yeah, be happy to see that. To be honest, in terms of bus prioritisation measures, that is actually something that our focus has been on through the local transport plan consultation. So, and that is something that does keep on being raised by residents. So, how do you make the buses run efficiently and quickly? So we've been looking at it through that lens, really, rather than through this planning application. But again, if there are ways of conditioning bus priority measures through lights or something like that at the roundabouts, I guess it's going to be where the buses are crossing the roundabouts, isn't it? It's where you're trying to well, as we all know, when we try and cross the outer ring road, that's where you hit your snags to the roundabouts, isn't it? The issue. So, if the committee was minded to do something like that, then absolutely, if it can do within its scope.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Got another question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was thinking it might be not a question for officers, but maybe it's more policy. I don't know if there's a figure actually available for the number of trees that are going to be cut down in the course of dualling the ring road. There's figures referred to, tremendous referred to the amount that have been cut down to date. And so my question really is, do you happen to know what that figure is? And what more can be done on ensuring there's a net gain even of trees? I'm thinking, for example, which has been talked about before, the Leeds Outer Ring Road, which is being built.
Yeah.
And they've taken a vast amount of land. And that might sort of seem easy, but they're taking a vast amount of land in an area that's going to see a vast amount of development. So it's like, and they've planted a vast amount of trees. And so for me, putting this in, I think we could have done potentially more on buying up land for the trees, for screening, for various reasons. So are we doing everything we can on that? And if we're not, what, as executive member, what do you think we can potentially see in that crude, simple world of buy land, plant trees, offset harm?
I think
just before you answer, Councillor Kilbane, page 47, paragraph 5.78 of the report lists the numbers of trees. So for your benefit, it's approximately 176 trees, 170 tree groups, and 93 hedgerows.
Does it give the replacement rate in that as well?
It doesn't.
Okay, so that's something we need to take up, and we can take up with officers. And I think, Councillor Stewart, yeah, I'm a bit disappointed to hear people talking about the Leeds Outer Ring Road, because I drove on it the other week and I don't think anybody knows about it. It was empty, so don't be telling everybody about it, because it'll soon fill up. We're back at budgets, aren't we? We've got a set budget that we are working to. I don't think all of the land is procured as yet, because the land, obviously, some landholders will hold out to see what decision you good folks make here today, because in case that has any impact on the negotiations from their perspective. So, you know, it's budgets, isn't it? Well, I think we are doing all that we can within the budget that we've got. But like I said, the budget that we've got, be interesting to see what happens to it in terms of when the final costs estimates come in.
Okay, I'm not seeing further hands. I'm just going to ask you for one further point of clarification. It was just something that you made reference to in relation to the mayoral combined authority. So from what you said, I think I've understood this correctly. The ring road, as of the 2nd of May, becomes designated as a key route and therefore comes under the management and maintenance of the combined authority. Is that what you're understanding?
Not exactly on the 2nd of May, Chair. So that is the direction of travel, shall we say. The key route network with the incoming mayor is yet to be agreed. However, given that they will have responsibility for the major highways in the region, it would be very odd if the A1237 wasn't in there. I'm pretty certain it will be in there, but the process for handing that over, the first thing they're going to have to do is build a combined authority. They're going to have their hands full setting that up, really. But yeah, it will be. So that's, yeah, the advantage of that for the city is that then it becomes not our funding problem to maintain. The disadvantage for the city, unless it's tied in somehow through, you know, either yourselves or our own skilled negotiations, is that you start to lose control of it to the mayor. But then the mayor is an elected post from, you know, the residents of York and North Yorkshire.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time today.
Okay, thanks.
So next I have the applicants coming to the table, and the way that I want to manage this is I've got Claire Davies as Senior Transport Manager registered to speak and address the committee for 3 minutes, and Claire will be joined by Gary Frost as Head of Major Transport Projects and Adrian Whiteman as the Scheme Designer. And what I've asked the applicants to do is to come forward in 2 groups and to sort of focus on topic areas. So I think the first will be around the transport specifics. So you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll give you a warning at 30 seconds, and then I'm sure there'll be questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm Claire Davis, Senior Transport Project Manager at City of York Council, sponsor of the proposed York Outer Ring Road dualling scheme. The council is pleased to present to the committee our proposals for dualling 7.5 kilometres of the York Outer Ring Road. The proposed scheme is crucial in fulfilling the objectives of the Leeds City Region Strategic Economic Plan, connecting jobs and homes, and the aims of the emerging York Local Plan by providing key infrastructure to support the future provision of housing and employment. It directly supports draft policy T4 on strategic highway network capacity improvements, which named the dualling of the A1237 as a key transport intervention. The proposed scheme forms a comprehensive package of improvement measures, upgrading 5 junctions and over 5 kilometres of off-carriageway, shared use, cycle and pedestrian route. Active travel measures have been embedded into the scheme with support from Active Travel England. Key features include signalised crossing facilities for users and 6 new underpasses for pedestrians and cyclists, aligning with the council's priority for sustainable and accessible transport for all. At a local level, this scheme brings much needed benefits to help people get about and live their lives through improved journey time reliability and by reducing congestion. It will free up road space for those who need to use it, create resilience on the network, and provide much needed opportunities for active travel. More widely, business, retail, recreation and health facilities will also benefit with improved access to the A1 and other important cross-country routes. The application has been subjected to a robust environmental assessment and incorporates environmental measures such as new sustainable drainage systems, flood compensatory storage areas and noise barriers, extensive woodland planting and habitat creation to boost biodiversity. The problems with the ring road are well known, and the calls for this scheme to become a reality have been many over a period of 3 decades. The aspiration for the scheme has been resoundingly confirmed by the response to the wide-ranging consultation process prior to the application submission, where out of 3,500 respondents, 79% either supported or strongly supported the proposals. As part of our ongoing engagement, we have listened to the suggestions made, and some of these are built into the scheme which you see before you. This proposal responds to a pressing need to highlighted in policy, creating the conditions that would remove congestion and free up the road for those who need to use it, and ultimately, thank you, and ultimately help to enable the removal of traffic from York city centre, reduce queuing around the hospital, create active travel networks, relieve congestion in the outer villages, and take away long-standing severance issues. The officer's report presents a robust assessment of the merits of the application, and we support the recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So members' questions. I saw Councillor Whitcroft first and then Councillor Hollier as well.
Thank you, Chair. In light of some of the information that was brought to us by Councillor Avilius related to the crossing points and how they could in fact contribute to congestion, there are obviously already 6 underpasses. I just want to understand whether there was any view, any concern that the crossings could contribute further to congestion with the tailbacks, and also related to that, whether 7 seconds on them are in fact enough. Anything further you can tell us about that?
So the crossings were born out of consultation really, and that there was no provision at Wigginton Road A1237 junction whatsoever. From our own surveys, I've taken over a fortnight in 2021. We established that there was an average of 25 movements in a 24-hour period over that fortnight period, and we determined that in terms of trying to balance resources, that rather than move to a bridge or an underpass, that we would move to the next step, and that was the pedestrian control crossing. So that doesn't answer your question clearly, and I'd have to defer to my traffic colleagues on the modelling. But clearly, when the button is pressed and a person crosses the ring road, and it would be in 2 stages, it wouldn't be in one go. So it would be over the eastbound and then the westbound. So with an island in the centre, the traffic will come to a halt whilst that person or those people are crossing, whether they be cyclists, pedestrians, or whoever. So in that period, we referred to the puffin timing technical note that City of York Council has, and that would entail approximately a 30-second hold up of traffic at that point. And within that period, we estimated that a person or persons would take around 10 seconds to cross the 2 carriageways. So yes, I can't answer the part of the question is what is the impact without deferring to traffic colleagues who are with us today. So maybe we can come to that in the next section.
Yeah, we have been split up in terms of technical experts, and our traffic technical expert will be able to answer that question fully for you.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
if there are officers present who are coming up to the table next, if you can just make a note of any of those sort of questions, and I'll just invite you to address them as you come to the table. Sorry, Councillor Whitcroft.
That's right. Yes, I was going to say I'll speak to Mr. Ellum after that. But just sort of when you mentioned the survey there done in 2021, might be a bit of a specific question. Do you know if that was done during a period of lockdown? Because that could have significantly impacted whether that is a reflection of how things are now that lockdown has been.
Yeah, we were still in the lockdown period, but in terms of having to progress this scheme, you know, sorry. Yes, we were in a lockdown period, but in lockdown, many more people were out and about, either walking or cycling as well. And yeah, the use of the ring road was quite low, obviously, from a daily annual average daily traffic perspective.
Okay, just on that point, seeing as how it's been raised this early on, I just wanted to confirm. So Councillor Avilius referred to data which was from a Pell-Frischman report, and that data, was that submitted as part of the planning application that's been received by the planning authority?
The data that Councillor Avilius referred to is the outputs from the model, the Linsig model, which Richard can explain a little further, but it's not a report per se, but it's the model that demonstrates that the junction will still work within allowable capacities.
But just for confirmation, that information, whether it's the outputs of a model or a report, that's been received by the Highways Department, by the planning officers when they're assessing this.
No, that's not part of their remit to assess those. So they weren't provided. I think I'm fairly certain that they weren't.
Okay, thanks for confirming. Okay, so I've got a few hands, and I'm hoping,
Supplementary.
sorry, supplementary to this.
Councillor Whitcroft, if that's all right.
Yeah, it's fine if it's supplementary.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to ask, based on Councillor Whitcroft's question, if theoretically this application goes through and that bit of the ring road is built and that pedestrian crossing causes absolute carnage, what then are the options that are left at that point to solve that problem if it arises and becomes the kind of huge problem that, you know, the data that Councillor Revilius has been talking about suggests it might?
Well, the options are you could build a bridge or you could build an underpass. That's what those are the natural next steps. But based on the demand at the moment, which was the decision making, the informed decisions that we made, was that we shouldn't go to that stage. And if, as background, as a project team, there's the business case, which is based on a preliminary design for the scheme and the budget that goes with that. Our position is that we need to balance the resources of what we've got and where the need is, and when where the investment should go. And the information that we're getting is that there's very low demand there. Obviously, there could be an increased demand in the future.
Yeah, I understand that. Just to clarify, an underpass can be built under an existing road, for example, or a solution with many millions of pounds sat behind it from some magic funding tree could be found at that point, or would that, if we don't do it now, is that sort of the end of that?
It could be found at any point in the future, yes.
Okay, next question is from Councillor Hollier. Could I just request again that members in the public gallery just keep quiet, because we can, from this end of the room, hear comments and mutterings. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm pleased to hear the comments, I guess, on in terms of the underpass and the bridge, because that was going to be my first question. There's obviously, I'll say, long-term ambitions down Wigginton Road in terms of improving cycling access down there, particularly for people in Wigginton who at the moment have very difficult sort of cycle access to the city. So that's obviously a long-term ambition. So hopefully, at least if this isn't sort of closing off those options in the future, then that's to be welcomed. That's my first question, but I think it's probably been answered. My second one was just in terms of the comments from the British Horse Society, and you've heard what the man said about references to horses on the routes. I just wondered if you have any sort of comments on that, and whether it is actually something we can just insert in relatively easily, or whether there's something that makes that more complicated. Thank you.
Well, the route would be designated as a restricted byway, which wouldn't preclude horse users from using it.
Okay, is that a supplementary, Councillor Stewart? No, I'll pop your name down then, and I've got Councillor Fenton next.
So just a final question on the underpass topic. I fully accept that there was some prioritisation needed in terms of where the footfall was highest. So in terms of the locations where an underpass, it hasn't been possible to take it forward because of financial constraints, has any sort of theoretical engineering assessment been made at those locations on were the money available? Would it be technically possible? Would the presence of a huge underground gas main or water main make it really, really, really difficult and expensive? So it's just in terms of, obviously we're judging the scheme as it is, but in terms of future proofing, I just want to be clear about what theoretical considerations being given to what could possibly happen in the future if there was A, demand, and B, the money.
Yeah, so following the public consultation exercise that we did in 2020, we spent a bit of time after the consultation came in to understand what a underpass option may look like. We tabled a number of very sort of sketchy outline designs. It could be provided. There are constraints. It might affect the geometry of the ramps, for example, to get the correct gradient to get underneath the road, and there would need to be significant consideration to existing services, the drainage system that's currently there, as well as potential impact on adjacent landowners. You can't just put an underpass in without taking extra land as well. So, but we did do some initial assessment of that and presented that before the decision was made to go with the at-grade pedestrian crossings.
Okay, Councillor Widdowson's next.
Just going to change the topic to trees. You've got 6 miles of dual carriageway, which you've got a little bit of land either side. Have you had conversations with the White Rose Forest and other such associations? Because I know that they're trying to build the Northern Forest, which is lots of clumps of little trees going along. And also, if my memory's correct, some of the local developers are really keen, which would save the council money as well, on planting lots of trees because it screens their development and increases the price of the houses that they're going to sell. So has that happened?
Well, there was a council decision in an exec report in 2020 to plant an additional 30 acres of woodland over and above what we're providing as part of this scheme, which I think was through that mechanism, wasn't it, Gary?
Yeah, and £300,000 was set aside for that outside of this planning sort of scheme to enable that. Yes.
Okay, so I've not been clear. The 6 miles that you've got, so you've got 12 miles in total, 6 each side of it. Is all of that going to be planted as much as possible with normal native trees? And have you sought funding from other places rather than ourselves?
So the scheme will retain 16 acres of trees and plant 16 acres of trees. So we do have a net gain, and Fiona, our technical expert, can provide a bit of information about that. But I think what we were trying to say on top of that, aside from this application, there was an executive decision to plant an additional 30 acres on top of our 32. That helps. Okay. No.
I'm just going to jump in at that because I think it's irrelevant, building on that point of Councillor Widdowson's, although slightly at a tangent. The compound that's proposed seems to be in one of the biggest areas of wooded land around the ring road, and so for me, I sort of accept that there is a need for the removal of trees where you wish to dual the carriageway, but it feels like a really quite difficult loss of a significant number of trees at that location. And I just want to understand why the compound has to be at that location and why it couldn't be at a different location that wouldn't result in such a significant loss of trees.
Yeah, so you can see on your plan just behind your shoulder where the compound is. It's part of the old RAF base on just to the northwest of Clifton Moor. Just move the curve. That's right. Yeah. So the intent there is to use the old runways as the site compound area, not necessarily knock all the trees down. The tree loss there is needed to facilitate the road scheme, the permanent scheme. So tree loss in the temporary is not anticipated.
So to be completely clear then, and it perhaps would be helpful if you could bring us the aerial view. So there's obviously a significant area of trees in that picture, and on our plans there's an area that's within the red line boundary, which is most of that area of trees, as I understand it. But how much of that area of trees are being removed, or is most of the compound just able to go on the old runway?
So the compound is on the old runway. And the field just to the north, you can see the sort of mowed field. That's an area for materials storage, so no tree loss there. And then the planted woodland, which is what's the word? It's a commercial woodland, so the landowner could chop all those trees down tomorrow. You know, we're taking that land to put the road in. So it's been assessed as part of our environmental statement work and the gain and loss, etc.
Okay, could I just follow up on that? Yeah, so just to illustrate, yeah, the strip of land next to the to the existing road, that's where most of the tree loss will be to accommodate the new road.
Yeah, that's the bit of clarification.
Yeah, but yeah, as per se, we're not wanting to take all that whole lot for a compound. It's only on the runway and the perimeter track area, which you can't see on that photograph, which also provides quite a bit of hard standing.
Just to note as well, there's some old oak trees that we're avoiding as well as part of the plantation. So we do avoid knocking those down.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson was next, and you look like you're possibly asking a supplementary as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, supplementary, thank you. So just, oh, I've completely forgotten it now, haven't I? Because you've changed it. Can we put the picture back? And then I'll know what I was going to ask. Oh, you just said it was a commercial woodland. That area, that's being compulsory purchased by CYC, is that correct, as part of this, or will be purchased, so will no longer be a commercial woodland?
So the intent with all landowners is to try and purchase land by agreement and not use compulsory purchase order measures. But where that isn't possible, see, compulsory purchase will be.
But the aim would be either way that land then will become CYC land. So actually, does that mean there's scope there to preserve those trees in a way that they can't be protected under private ownership?
So only part of the land. Only part of the land will be purchased permanently through a CPO. The compound land would just be temporary land, so would obviously revert back to the owner, where the commercial plantation's not removed. And then in the part that we would purchase long term on those areas, we would plant native broadleaf trees. You can see that on the landscaping plan attached.
Councillor Fisher, is that supplementary? No, I'm going to put you on my substantive list then. Councillor Nelson, I did have you as a substantive question next, but have you asked, in which case Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Yeah, just in terms of the funding envelope, obviously we've heard how you're working within an amount of money for, so hence we can't do all the underpass we might like and everything like that. How does that funding envelope work going forward? Because you haven't done your sums today, you've done them at historic dates, and then costs are only going one way, I would assume. So if this was approved, we're going to be in a situation further down the line where you would expect to be able to get more money to cover the cost of the agreed scheme.
Councillor Stewart, I think in my opening remarks, I was talking about the fact that we can't really discuss the use of public money and the cost of the scheme and those sort of things. Our decision today is on the planning grounds in terms of whether we feel that it's acceptable or otherwise.
Okay, totally agree. But just within that, my point was it's about the viability of a scheme. So for example, if the applicant was to be coming back saying, we now can't do that underpass, and we can't do that underpass, and all these things are getting knocked off, then that could be an issue, in my opinion.
I think the advice in my ear is that we have to consider the application as it stands now and as it is before us. I think if we had concerns around that, we may wish to look at things like the conditions around the phasing strategy and those sort of things, because I think there is things built into that says that things can't happen in the next phase until the first phase has been completed. So I think that's probably where you get your mitigation for that. Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask the officers please to return to the aerial view of the Strensall Road roundabout, if possible, please? That's possible. Thank you very much. That is the Strensall Road roundabout. Good. I noticed on page 63, 5151, it deals about the use of acoustic barriers on land. And it quotes the A9 between the A1237 between the A19 and Clifton Moor roundabouts, the south side of the A1237 on land north of Abbots Gate, which is the land on the left, just where the cursor is, and on land north of the A1237 along the frontage of Huntington Fire Station. It makes no mention whatsoever of any acoustic bunding on the north side, because there is Stablers Walk at the top left, the Shilton Garth Close, and there's a group of houses there which are right next to where the new roundabout is going to be. Are there any plans to put some acoustic barriers there? I know it's got a bund at the moment with some trees on it, but I think some of those trees are coming down. Will there be acoustic fencing there as well, please?
Our general arrangement plans do show a combination of bunds and fences on both sides of the carriageway on the west side of the roundabout and the northeast side as well.
So it's just an omission from the report. There is actually going to be acoustic fencing there. Thank you very much.
While we're on acoustic barriers, there was a couple of requests, I think, from objectors and possibly from one of the parish councils talking about whether there was scope to have acoustic barriers in place during the construction phases. I suspect that may be difficult, but I just wondered what consideration has been given to that.
Perhaps Fiona can go into more detail about what would generally be included within the construction environmental management plan, but on sort of holistically, yes, we would expect, or we could expect a contractor around his compound area to put measures in place to mitigate the noise. We could also ensure that plant and machinery that he uses is the most modern and up to date and less noisy type vehicles. So there's lots of different things we can do to try and mitigate noise during construction, but I'll let Fiona deal with that a bit more later.
Thank you. And further questions? Councillor Burton.
Yeah, thanks. Might be as much for transport colleagues as it's felt, but the new local plan, we've had lots of comments around this today from public participants. New local plan refers to the kind of need for modal shift away from cars as a development. The new local transport plan, while in draft form, as per a 20% reduction. I'd just be good to know from yourself if you could just flesh out how you think that this development's going to support that ambition of the local plan, as well as T4, which is obviously very important.
Can we defer that question to other colleagues, please?
Yeah.
Okay, looking for any further hands, but not seeing any at this point. The question that I just wanted to ask you was just in the broadest sense, really. And again, I appreciate this may be a question for other colleagues as well, but you know, a lot of this application is predicated on the idea that it's about reducing the traffic in the city centre and improving the flows around the ring road. And we've heard a number of people talking about induced demand, and you'll have heard me asking the questions about the developments that are coming on stream and those sort of things. And I just wanted to understand, really, from a sort of the perspective of yourselves as the applicants, how you feel that this scheme is going to meet those you know, requirements of the council and of the city to reduce traffic in the city centre and improve the flows around the city.
So I think if I could answer the question by just starting off with the background that, as Claire alluded to in her statement, that the business case for the scheme is built on probably strategic, local and economic needs which have been identified previously. And yeah, as a project team, that is where this proposal comes from, in meeting all those needs at that level. Whilst in the process of developing this and working with the modellers, it was seen that there could be opportunities to make interventions in the city centre and other northern suburban areas to
to improve traffic flow in those areas by whatever interventions they may be to promote public transport or prevent or reduce regular traffic movements. I would say that it's never been part of this team's remit to go and investigate those per se and determine what they are, although some work has been done by other colleagues in transport to suggest where that further work might go. But so I do think it's a kind of a unique selling point of the scheme in that it is addressing those strategic local economic needs, but that there is a potential benefits elsewhere that could be reaped.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nelson, I think you had one question.
In a similar vein, actually, one of the comments or some of the comments in the report from various members of the public raised a question that I sort of have been wondering as well, but it might be a stupid one. Because of all the roundabouts, how much will dualling the road actually be able to achieve? Because, I know it was talked about earlier, the A64 bypass, Councillor Kilbane talked about that, but one of the big selling points of the A64 bypass to York is that it flows freely throughout the whole length of it. We have these roundabouts all the way around this stretch, which necessitate traffic stopping regularly. So compared to, say, dualling the roundabouts like it's been done in Aiken, how much and how do we really think this is going to impact that traffic flow, which are still going to have to stop at every roundabout?
I'm sure Rich will be able to furnish us with a bit more information about that. But in essence, we're creating more capacity at the roundabouts. You're going to get more vehicles through, making the roundabouts bigger, more lanes going in and out. So in theory, the delays that you get at the roundabouts aren't going to be as bad as they are at the minute. So you've got that free movement through from A19 to Hopgrove and vice versa.
But we're thinking that it will make a particularly bigger difference having the actual road dualed than it would just increasing the size of the roundabouts as has been done elsewhere in the city.
So we'll be able to quote percentage improvements in journey time, end-to-end journey times, or journey times on certain sections, depending on what those journeys are, and obviously improvements in air quality because of continual movement of traffic rather than being stood.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing further hands, so thank you all for your time this evening. And I will invite Matthew Stopforth as agent for the applicant, Fiona Wilson, who's here to speak on environmental matters from Pell Frishman, and Richard Ellum on transport matters from Pell Frishman. So Mr. Stopforth, I think you're the registered speaker, so you have 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll give you a warning when you've got 30 seconds left, and then I'm sure there'll be questions from members.
Afternoon, councillors. I'm Matt Stopforth, planning agent for the York Outer Ring Road dualling scheme, accompanied by Fiona Wilson and Richard Ellum, environment and transport specialists, who helped prepare the application documents. Following on from our colleagues, we've registered to speak to set out further positives of the scheme and importantly give you the opportunity to ask for clarifications on the principle of development, environmental assessment outcomes or transport modelling if required. We understand that you've heard objections to the scheme this afternoon, but we feel it's important to reiterate that whilst these are recognised, the scheme has been extensively consulted on throughout the process, including with statutory bodies. As a result of this, there are no outstanding objections from statutory or internal consultees, including National Highways or Active Travel England. Active Travel England have in fact supported the scheme, stating proposals would provide an attractive form of infrastructure for the increase of cycling and walking opportunities for those living and visiting York. As stated in the officer's report, the proposed scheme will support the wider objectives and aspirations of the council, named specifically within the draft local plan policy T4 and the current local transport plan. Planning policy compliance has been demonstrated in the application, including with regards to Greenbelt, where the need and benefits of the proposed scheme and lack of alternative locations present very special circumstances that outweigh any harm. This view has also been reflected in the officer recommendation too. The transport modelling has demonstrated the proposals provide enhanced highways capacity along this section of the Outer Ring Road. This will improve traffic flow, creating more reliable journeys and reducing congestion. It also demonstrates that they'll be successful in reducing traffic levels in central York, and this creates scope for introducing future measures which could support decongestion and sustainable transport in the city centre. The planning application includes extensive environmental studies and mitigation measures which have helped refine the design. Operationally, there will be a carbon saving over time, and climate change resilience measures are incorporated into the design, such as flood storage areas and sustainable urban drainage. With any large-scale construction project, we understand the impacts on construction need to be considered, and this will be done through the construction environmental management plan proposed as a condition to any consent. This will seek to minimise impacts during construction. On behalf of the applicant, we agree with the officer's recommendation that the York Outer Ring Road scheme should be approved, subject to the conditions set out. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the first thing I'll do before I invite questions is you will have heard one or two questions that were sort of deferred to you. I don't know if you can remember them, that you can answer them now, or whether you need me to ask members to ask them again. But if you're in a position where you can address some of them, that would be helpful.
Quite a lot were aimed at me, so yeah. So I think I can remember most of them. We'll go, if that's okay, rather than everyone regurgitating. So starting off with the crossings, which is probably, I think, was the first one. There's an inherent risk with crossings on the exit of roundabouts and queuing back onto the junction. We can't get away from that. So as engineers, what we've tried to do is test that and see the risk. It's a balance of risk versus likelihood. In terms of the rest of the scheme, I'm sure we'll come on to the Saturn model. That covers the whole of the city, so it's not an appropriate tool to test individual crossings. So what we've done is build some Linsig models which test just the crossings on their own in isolation, to give us an idea of what the worst case queues are, and then for us to consider how likely that is to interfere with the roundabout. So, but just to come back to some of the assumptions and the queues that occurred, that assumes that the crossing is called every 90 seconds. So every cycle, basically. In the peak hours, those are the maximum queues, and for a very short period of time. But the other side of that factor is how often that would really be called. And then based on demand at the moment, it'd be every 20 or 30 minutes. So we go from the worst case of every minute and a half to 20 or 30 minutes. Now, based on other junctions that we've looked at and designed elsewhere, the risk of there being queuing back, that being a problem, are very, very small based on that. We've still got 40 metres between the crossing and the actual circulatory of the roundabout. So listen, there is a risk. There's that inherent risk with crossings on the exits of roundabouts. But from the work we've done, we think that's very small. So that's the point about crossings. Induced demand, which has been touched on a few times, and I think we cover a few. We could debate forever on that. Transport planners have been talking about it for decades. I think to give a bit more comfort, I'll just talk about some of the things we have done and what the model assumes and what it means. So hopefully give some comfort what we're and about the relative merits of that. When we're talking about induced demand, we mean actual new demand, that new people making new trips specifically because of this improvement scheme. We're not talking about background growth, car ownership, development. We're talking about new trips specifically because of this scheme. Now, I think that the likelihood of that is very low. Others might disagree with that. But in terms of the model, we've built a model, Saturn model, of the whole of the city to test this scheme and for the business case. It's been calibrated, it's been validated, the assumptions and the process that we've followed to build that model follow WebTag and latest guidance. That has been critically reviewed by DFT in the business case and then officers in considering this application. So is it a well-tested tool, and it follows the paths that we as appraising schemes are supposed to follow. Now, in terms of the robustness and what it does include local plan growth. The information on that's huge. Can't paraphrase it. There's a lot of assumptions about local plan growth and that traffic being incorporated in. There's also allowances for background growth in the wider areas, people owning cars, etc., more higher levels of car ownership, etc. So there is an awful lot of growth in, and we're testing future year scenarios. So we aren't testing literal induced demand because of the road, but we are testing much higher levels of traffic in the future. And that's the baseline and with the scheme. So that's where we are in terms of that. Someone mentioned before about everything being equal in terms of the induced demand. Well, actually here we have a very complex network, a very complex city centre. So hopefully that gives a little bit more background on what we have done, and we think that's robust in presenting the scheme, and also it has been critically reviewed in terms of seeking business case funding.
Okay, thank you. So questions from members, and I've seen Councillor
Well, I was going to say there was a question from me that was passed back to Richard as well.
Yeah, no, So about the
I
roundabouts
wasn't
and
saying
the
it was
dueling.
offensive. It was just if you can cover as many of them as you can. But if you had a question that wasn't
No,
answered within that,
Yeah,
please
no,
do.
I got, so, yeah, good question. Two things I think to note on that. One, the roundabouts generally have been made bigger and improved as well, which was part of the original scheme. But again, going back to that process, what we have had to demonstrate is in that process, the department in getting funding for the scheme, is that the dualling on its own also has benefits that are robust and appropriate and value for money. So we have tested the junction improvements as a baseline because the funding at the time for those was already secured. That they've got a little bit bigger and a bit better, so the junctions are being improved. But equally, there are sufficient benefits from the dualling in terms of journey times and reduced congestion to offer value for money for the scheme. And that, again, that's the same information that's presented in the transport assessment and the planning application.
Okay, so I saw Councillor Baxter with a hand up.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is related to trees, and I wonder if there was just a rough figure on the overall net gain or loss of trees around the project.
Initial surveys were done in terms of the baseline conditions for the site, and these have been updated and also have been subject to various iterations of the biodiversity net gain metric. The last one associated with the planning document submitted was in May last year. There is an overall net gain in terms of the landscape management plan that is proposed as it stands in relation to the vegetation removal that is required for the project in relation to woodland and trees. And there is, in terms of the linear features, because biodiversity net gain is established in 3 features in terms of area of habitat, linear habitat, and then river habitat. So in terms of the area and specifically woodland, as Claire mentioned previously, we have a net gain. In terms of the linear, currently as the proposals stand, we do not have a net gain, but there is plans to develop the landscape environmental management plan further, and there will obviously be further iterations with the detailed construction planning and also the the landscape and ecological management plan as the project progresses.
It's just worth saying as well, that is actually one of the conditions that's been imposed
Yeah.
by the officers. So there's a commitment from our side to do that.
Okay, next I had Councillor Fisher.
Chair, in terms of traffic modelling, I appreciate you've done quite a lot of work looking at the city centre and the radial roads. Has any work been done on looking at traffic levels through the suburban villages to the north? Because the reason I ask is that every person who lives in Haxby, Wigginton and Strensall has a PhD in ways to avoid using the ring road. For example, people travel from Strensall, past my house, cross Moor Lane, down through Mill Lane in Wigginton, turn right into Sutton Road, down Corbin Lane through Skelton. And you can see that on a regularly, the colossal amount of traffic that builds up at the end of Corbin Lane trying to get onto Sutton Road. Has any work been done to try and look at that situation? Because, you know, it's quite possible that that will reduce if the ring road actually becomes freer flowing.
Yes, and to be fair, the whole point of using the model we have is to try and look at that sort of thing. So to see how traffic reassigns when we improve the capacity of the road. So what we've seen from that in the evidence is obviously flows increase on the ring road because people are attracted to the extra capacity. But equally, there's lots of reductions on the side roads, more to the south than the north, but generally in the evidence. And again, I can't quote all of it because there's loads, but there is consistent reductions to the south in the city centre and the main arterials that are going onto the ring road. Obviously, there's an increase in traffic on the ring road because there is that extra capacity and people are drawn off it. So one of the benefits is hopefully that there are reductions in the city centre and on roads. It's difficult to answer the specific area, but lots of roads like that. So people aren't rat running and trying to avoid the queues and the delay there at the moment.
Thank you. I hate the word rat run. I carefully do.
Councillor Steels-Walshaw.
Yeah, this is kind of a follow-on from what Councillor Baxter said about trees, and it was about the National Planning Policy Framework asking for a 10% minimum biodiversity net gain. Now, I know it just missed out on that for when it was published. They also asked for a 30-year management plan within that. And I wondered if this could be something within it anyway. I don't think I can say conditions yet, but I wondered if this was something that was being considered for part of this anyway.
It had been considered as part of the, obviously, when this was submitted, it wasn't a mandatory scheme that it is now, but obviously that was on the horizon. So there was an acknowledgement of that being on the cards in terms of requirements coming forward. There is the commitment, as Matt just said, and as I was explaining in terms of the biodiversity net gain plan and the landscape environmental management plan, that will be seeking to do enhancement and replanting in line with the 10% aim. It is continued going forward. There will have to be off-site considerations just in terms of the scale and the area within the red line boundary that is available in terms of value. But I'd like to just raise that point in terms of earlier today, we heard quite a lot of focus in terms of numbers of trees. The purpose of biodiversity net gain is to overall establish the value of those habitats. And so there's prioritization of native species and also the correct balance of grassland to woodland to hedgerows that are experienced, and obviously the river habitats associated with some of the crossings that are experienced on this scheme.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fenton was next.
Thank you. Just to go back to the transport modelling. Obviously, we've been talking about the ring road as a route along which people travel and increasing capacity. Obviously, there are a lot of journeys that traverse the outer ring road and go from urban to village communities. I wonder if you could just set out a bit of the work, explain a bit of the work you've done to assess the impact on those journeys from the outer communities towards the city centre and what impacts the modelling suggests.
Yes, two things really. One, looking at the change in traffic flows in all of those routes, and again in the evidence that's very substantial, we've looked at pretty much the whole of the main routes in the city and whether flows have gone up, down, or increased, and the majority, other than on the main ring road itself, are showing reductions. Likewise, what we've also done is looked at the key junctions to the south and around the route, not just the ones on the route, and see where performance has improved. And a lot of those are showing reductions in flow, so there's marginal or small improvements on performance. So we'd like to think those corridors are alleviated, one by traffic being attracted onto the ring road that was perhaps using other routes. So hopefully there should be benefits to those, as well as the benefits to the east-west traffic on the route itself. And there's a lot of evidence in the transport assessment about specific areas and where there's been reductions at junctions and on those corridors in terms of reduction of flow.
Okay, Councillor Nelson is next.
Thank you. Just coming back to highways. So I would be really interested to know your thoughts on some of the sort of discussions that members of the public have had, particularly York Civic Trust, talking about how we as a committee have the power to make some specific recommendations in relation to supporting pulling traffic out of the city and making sure that this road meets its stated aim. So I was wondering, what your comments would be around that and whether you have any kind of suggestions of the sort of things that we might be considering. And I also just had a question about Saturdays, because in terms of the modelling, Saturdays doesn't seem to have been covered, but yeah, thank you.
I think just in terms of wider things that we can present, this scheme, I suppose, needs to be judged on its individual merits as now. I appreciate that this is linked to other things, but we need to sort of determine it within the scheme within the red band is what we're looking at now. I think if we were looking at further conditions, we could have a discussion with the officer, but ultimately this is, as stated in the officer's report, a foundation to further things that the council could enact. It's more so this scheme on its individual merits also stands up as well. That's what we're presenting.
I do completely understand that. My understanding also, though, is that you have the technical expertise in your areas, which we need to kind of mine as much as we can for information, which can inform the discussions we then have further on.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer. Obviously, I don't speak for the authority in the wider sense other than looking at the scheme. So, but I can certainly, from the evidence we pulled together on the scheme, there are reductions throughout the city and the city centre. Varying degrees. The 7% quoted today is for a link that's several kilometres from the scheme. So I think there's lots of opportunities there for the authority to consider other active travel measures and things that they wanted to do in terms of, I don't know, road closures or whatever, or reallocating road space to other users, that this scheme does offer some options to do and greater flexibility to do them without it. The other question about Saturdays is one of the things in justifying the scheme, and just going back to the other councillor's question, that the whole premise of the benefits and justifying it is based on travel times across the whole of that network. So looking at the benefits of the whole thing. And that being considered as a collective. What we didn't do in justifying that was look at Saturday, but what was from the evidence clear and something we put to the DFT was actually normally for these schemes we would just take the AM and the PM peak periods and justify it on that basis. But in York we were seeing that level of congestion pretty consistently above the day, and also on Saturdays, obviously with a lot of the retail in that vicinity, there was a lot of congestion. So in the business case and the other, we haven't captured those benefits or recorded them or incorporated into the value for money, but it was evident that they were there in extended periods of delay than other areas where we're just traditionally looking at the AM and the PM peaks.
Okay, not seeing other hands. I've got a couple of questions. So just wanted to, first of all, you made a comment just saying that you felt that the induced demand would be low, but if you could substantiate that a little bit further, that would be helpful.
Again, I think it's important just to recognise what we mean by induced demand, because there are a couple of things that are heard on to talking about development, things like that. So if we're talking about it in people being attracted specifically to this route because of the scheme, for a variety of reasons. One, I think it's over a relatively short section. I don't think that many drivers in my experience would change their decision to make a trip at the first principles because this is a bit better route perhaps, but that's my view. The other element of that is I don't think it's a scheme where we're making a trip that people would make by public transport less attractive, because it's a radial route where a lot of the public transport is going in and out of the city. So I don't think people would be dissuaded from shifting to the private car, which obviously don't want to encourage, but because of this scheme. So those are the basis. Plus, I think the other point I was making in terms of the overall robustness, we have been very robust, and we have to be very robust because that's how the schemes are evaluated in terms of local plan assumptions and that type of thing.
That's helpful, and it helpfully leads me on to one of my other questions actually, which was just around what consideration had been given to prioritising public transport going across, because I think that from my money looking at it, this scheme is seeking to do two things. It's seeking to ease the kind of the orbital, but also improve the public transport and active travel across, and they're obviously at conflict with each other. And where there's underpasses and pedestrian crossings, those sort of things, that mitigates some of the active travel. But the public transport, and in particular buses, seems to me that there's an inherent conflict that I'm not quite sure whether that's been resolved.
Yeah, so again, coming back to the last part, the overall assessment for the business case considers all of the travel time. So benefits to buses north, south and east, and those benefits are considered collectively. Now, some might be down, some might be up, but overall, the benefits far outweigh the positives. And what we'd hope is by reducing some of the flows on the north-south routes, improving some of the junction performance on those routes, that would benefit the public transport services that are more typically making those routes into the city centre rather than using the orbital route at the moment.
Okay, and then final question from me, and I will pose this to officers as well, but it's just around air quality and the assumptions. So I appreciate you might not have the report in front of you, but page 61, paragraph 5.143 for members, there is a assumption in the assessment of the air quality management area, so that's the city centre, that says that the changes in flow wouldn't trigger the need for a detailed quality assessment because it would be a reduction of vehicles of less than 500 vehicles per 24 hours, which is obviously a very small reduction, I would suggest. And yet we're talking again at length around the idea that this scheme is supposed to be taking traffic out of the city centre. So does that assessment tally with your own modelling, or do you think that that's a cautious assessment, or where would you?
Fiona, you might be a better place to answer that to me, but it's based on the same information. So one of the things we've done in the transport assessment in terms of the flows is look at various routes within the city centre, but also look at the collective, and there's diagrams where you can see where flows have increased or down. Well, listen, there's lots of changes in flows across the whole city, and some are modest, some otherwise. So, but it is based on the same information, the air quality.
The air quality assessment is as approved by the guidance and the standards that are used for setting up the air quality models do follow the transport models. And so they're inherently linked in terms of the results that are shown and the associated emissions with it. And in the air quality chapter, I haven't got it in front of me and I've got the numbers in terms of the micrograms per meter squared off the top of my head, but there are reductions in the nitrogen emissions in relation to some of those flows that are in the traffic numbers. And the modelling associated with the air quality management areas have these criteria threshold levels that the specific numbers associated with this would have a different scale of numbers associated specifically with the scheme versus the overall transport model used. If that makes sense. I appreciate it.
I think if I'm understanding it correctly, what you're saying is that the overall number of cars in the city centre for which you would assess the air quality management, because this scheme is a small part of the road network, the reduction is linked to the small part of the road network, not the broader air quality in the city centre. So you're assessing the impact of that small part of the road network, which I think would be my understanding, but it does then, as I say, still speak to the point I'm, I suppose, making in a way that only a reduction in 500 vehicles in a 24-hour period in the city centre seems to be quite a negligible reduction in vehicle movements, given a £65 million scheme that's predicated on seeking to reduce traffic in the city centre.
Yeah, well, I think the answer to that is if you explore the numbers on a lot, it's done on a route by route basis. It covers a much wider area and that, and there's small reductions in lots of different places.
Okay. Any further questions from members? Not seeing any hands, so thank you very much for your time this evening. I am going to propose it's 25 to 6. I think we need to take another short adjournment. So if we could have everybody back by 6:15, please. And if I can just remind you all that we're not to discuss the application amongst ourselves or with members of the public. Thank you. Right, welcome back everybody to today's meeting of Planning Committee A. So we are finished on public participation. I think that is possibly something of a record. And we move then on to questions to officers on the report. So we're joined at the table, although actually you've been here throughout, but I haven't introduced you yet, by Ian Stokes as the Principal Development Control Engineer and Julian Ridge as the Transport Strategy Lead. And what I'm intending to do for this section is, rather than us flicking backwards and forwards through a long report, I'd like to take us through it section by section. And I'm going to just ever so slightly rejig the order, because there's a section on the greenbelt right at the top of this main substantive section. Then at the end, there's a section around very special circumstances. So I think it makes sense to skip over the greenbelt for now, move straight into questions around highways, access and road safety, which begins at page 35. And what I'll do is we'll just move through each section, and then we'll come to the greenbelt and the very special circumstances all at once, and then any other questions. So hopefully that will make sense and make getting through the report easier. So I am first of all inviting questions, as I say, on highways, access and road safety from page 35, 5.31 to 5.34. Any questions on that specific section? Councillor Fenton.
Question on illumination of the new cycling and walking infrastructure, which I think Active Travel England had suggested bollard lighting, but for a number of reasons that had been rejected on, I think, ecological grounds. And I just wondered what those were and why it was, from a highways management and safety perspective, it was felt that lighting proposals for the cycling and walking routes were deemed to be undesirable.
So we've made a balance in terms of the requests that we've had all the way through this. There's obviously conflict throughout, and Active Travel England have asked for certain things, and there are, as part of the proposals, there are certain things that they're happy with, but then there is other places where it would cause ecological issues to an extent where we've made a judgment that we don't think it's needed. So we've looked at it on and made a balance that was the right thing to do, in terms of there are areas that are well lit, there are areas that will accommodate it, but in the other areas we've come to that decision.
Okay, Councillor Widdowson.
Just building on that question, what type of lighting are you going for?
Don't know off the top of my head what the lighting is.
Can I ask that you, I know that it's been trialled certainly at length in Hull Park, in Dorset County Council, and without wanting to sound like Councillor Vassy, many other places, you can do solar lights. It's not lights at the top of it, they're wrapped around the poles. They're also on timers. So if it's an ecological issue that they don't want to light it due to harm to wildlife, there's a whole host of ways that you can use lighting so that it's not concreted in, it's put in with gravel, and it's actually cheaper in the long run to run them. So
then we'd need an extra condition. So when you come to vote, you could potentially recommend that as an additional condition.
It's just a thought, because it does end up.
No, you could.
It
There is a way, if you felt that that was a way of achieving the balance, then you could recommend that as an additional. We'd have to delegate the word into myself and the chair to agree. But yeah, there is a way. You could do it that way if you wanted to.
Okay, any further questions on that section? Just one from me, I think it would be helpful at this point just to be really clear on this, because it has come up already. So page 35, paragraph 5.32 makes reference to the MPPF paragraph 115 and the tests around the impact on highway safety, cumulative impacts on the road network, etc. And I would just like us to try to make as clear as we can the distinction between what's within the remit of the planning authority around highway safety and acceptableness versus what's within the remit of the highways authority and could be changed and adapted and delivered really irrespective of the planning process.
In terms of what's been done so far, a stage 1 road safety audit's been carried out, and the design team have considered the outputs from that audit and they know taken a decision to amend the scheme design or not amend the scheme design. They're allowed to do that as the scheme designer. As Highway DC, we've found nothing particularly that says that it should be refused on the grounds of highway safety or that it will have an unacceptable impact on the network. But there are another 3 stages of road safety audit to be carried out. The second stage will be on the detailed design. So the outputs of that will come forward as it goes beyond the planning application process.
So to be really clear then, if there was a planning approval granted, but then there was something that you found within the audit that you thought was unacceptable, you would have the tools available to you to make the amendments that were required to make it sure it was safe.
There'll be a recommendation from the road safety audit to the design team to say, we found this issue. You can either choose to make those changes or you can make another view back on the road safety audit recommendation. It doesn't have to be accepted if it can be justified that the original design is okay.
Okay, Councillor Nelson.
Can we just clarify as well? I know that a couple of the representations were related to sort of feeling that some of the pedestrian crossings would be unsafe. Could you just speak to that at all in terms of how you've taken that into?
The traffic signal controlled crossings would not be unsafe because they are traffic signal controlled. The uncontrolled crossings are largely replicating what's already there on the outer ring road. So if you were to remove those crossings, you're taking away those people's choices to cross in informal crossing places. But it is an issue that has been specifically requested within the stage 2 road safety audit.
Thank you. I think that the suggestions within the representations were actually the signal controlled ones were where the concerns around safety were because of fast moving traffic.
I know of 2 other examples of traffic signal controlled crossings across dual carriageways in 40-mile-an-hour speed limits on the approaches to junctions, and I'm not aware of any safety issues with those on dual carriageway roads.
Okay, in which case move us on to the next section then, which is begins actually at the top of page 36, 5.35 and runs through to 5.47. That's around traffic and congestion. So inviting questions on that section. You can't not have any questions. Councillor Nelson.
I'm not sure if this is, hopefully this is the appropriate place to ask the question to you that I asked to Richard earlier about how we can potentially, what sort of measures we might consider as a committee around redirecting traffic out of the city centre, or what would be in our remit to add further controls to kind of the way that this section is about easing congestion and increasing capacity on the road. Thoughts about how we can then kind of what we might be able to look at as a committee to further specify measures to make sure that it's doing what we wanted.
I think this is the point where I draw you back into you've got to consider what the application in front of you in terms of the outer ring road and everything that's there. We've looked at that. We've looked at the information in the transport assessment. We've used advice and we've come to the recommendation without asking for anything further in terms of what you're recommending and reasonably, because if we ask for any further conditions, they've got to meet the 5 tests. And we don't think that to ask for anything else as a condition would meet those 5 tests. You could potentially put an informative on there, potentially, going forward in terms of referring to certain documentation that you think you would like the applicant to look at going forward, say, I've forgotten it off the top of my head, what did we recur to?
I think movement and place strategy was
That's it.
referred to by.
Yeah, the movement and place strategy. So you could put an informative on there that referred the applicant to be aware of movement and place strategy and what it's trying to achieve. An informative is fine. To do anything more than that in planning terms, my advice is that I don't think it wouldn't meet the 5 tests and it wouldn't be reasonable.
Okay, Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a supplementary on that one. So in terms of putting sort of an informative on and saying, look at the movement and place strategy, the applicant, in this case, the council, is also writing the movement and place strategy. So I'm just sort of struggling to see sort of the joined up. I suppose it is all definitely very joined up, isn't it? But it's making sure that we look specifically at this application in isolation. But we can say in an informative sense, look at this. That's allowed, even though that's extra to the scope of the application.
Because it's an informative, it's not a condition. Informatives don't have the same hurdles to pass as a condition. We can't say if we weren't the applicant could challenge a condition. You can appeal against a condition if it's not reasonable. Hence why it's got to meet the 5 tests. And that's my job, is to advise you guys on what I think is reasonable in terms of conditions. And that's where I've got to with this one. And an alternative to that is to put an informative on that can't be challenged, that very clearly sets out you as a committee's thoughts, that you want the applicant to be aware of these points and you want them to look at them and draw from them, but it doesn't tie you in a planning sense. And that's the important part of it.
Councillor Nelson.
On page 38, that's still in this section, isn't it? Point 5.43, when has been an analysis of the Hopgrove junction. If I read this correctly, the analysis is that the Hopgrove will operate in excess of capacity from kind of the completion of this work, or potentially is already operating at capacity, and that it will then become more and more over capacity, that junction, with the inclusion of the York Outer Ring Road developments that we're talking about today. So yeah, if you could sort of comment on that. Obviously that bit's not actually within the application, the big Hopgrove roundabout. But
so in terms of the larger Hopgrove roundabout, that is, excuse me, that's part of the strategic road network. That is ultimately under the control of National Highways. And the discussions earlier on in the application process between the highways, the applicant and National Highways, were that if National Highways are content that if issues arise in that regard, they have the ability and the capacity to adjust the timings and modify the signal operation on the larger Hopgrove roundabout to work through the issues.
so does that mean that they're basically saying it's operating in excess of its capacity? It's going to continue to do that probably and the whole problem of that can be solved by changing the sequencing of the traffic lights?
Yes.
Is that realistic?
That's...
We have to take the advice. We have to take the advice of them. That's their road network.
Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you. Yeah, just sort of on the wider topic of this particular area in terms of traffic, I just wanted to ask, was there any further consideration about, again, induced demand that we spoke about earlier, that public speakers have come and speaking about? Was there anything in the report that worried specifically about induced demand resulting in further traffic and further congestion insofar as this? I understand if we did increase the opportunity for cars to go down, then the current amount of cars going down, it will be much easier. But I just want to understand if there's any of that induced command and does induced demand, and does that come under the remit of us considering this planning application?
Hi, yes, I think there's two questions there. And I think one of them is for Becky, which is whether the question of induced demand is affects the planning process. I can talk generally about induced demand, but do you want to talk, Becky, about how that plays out in planning terms first?
Yeah, you say, Mister, you've got to take it into account on what you're looking at now. And yes, there may be an induced demand, but you're giving permission for this road as it is now. And the Highways Authority have completely different set of regulations. And if there is an increase, they can then look at what they do to do any changes. Like we've talked about traffic lights. There is ways and means around it that's not within the planning process. So you'd consider what there is now, based on all the modelling, all the information that everybody's given. And we've taken a balance and we've made a recommendation based on that. It may change in the future, but we can't at this moment in time. You've got to take into account what this application is in front of you.
Councillor Fisher.
Obviously,
sorry, apologies. Did you just have a follow-up?
Sorry, I don't know if Mr. Ridgey wanted to answer anything further about induced demand.
Apologies, yeah, I'm very happy to talk about traffic patterns in York and induced demand. I think one thing that struck me when I wrote the York local transport strategy in February last year was that the amount of traffic that we have in the middle of York going over the bridges is now about 2/3 what it was in the early 1970s. And the reason for that is because we have built 2 ring roads. The suggestion that was made by some of the people who came in that building the 1237 or increasing the size of the A59 roundabout has increased the amount of traffic in the middle of York is not really something we can bear out in the data. I looked at some of the information we had. Traffic flows on the A59 inside the A1237 roundabout have actually gone down by about 1% since 2013. So although we increased capacity there, it hasn't translated into a lot more traffic entering within the ring road. I mean, these are really complex areas of traffic dynamics and things like that. You've got to bear in mind also what your counterfactual is. What happens if you don't if you don't enhance the ring road? Some of that is that some of the houses which are predicated on the basis of it might be elsewhere. They might be more distant from jobs, so there might be additional traffic because of that. I suppose there's also a question of what actually would happen with the ring road, and I suppose developers would have to do individual enhancements to individual junctions, and the ring road wouldn't be as consistent. You wouldn't have the active travel benefit. So it's a complex question. There's my colleague very helpfully provided this, which is the DFT sponsored research on induced traffic, which I'd be happy to circulate if anybody wishes to read it. Thank you.
We may not have time this evening to do that. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. I attended a meeting in Stockton-on-the-Forest a while ago about the dualling of the A64. Now, this is something that crops up usually just before an election by the government of the day. It was notable, though, that part of the scheme for that did involve the use of the little Hopgrove roundabout. Can we be assured that nothing in this scheme is going to compromise the potential dualling of the A64 that scheme? Because that's another issue, but I just want to make sure there's no compromises to that.
I think it would be impossible to give categoric guarantees that would be the case. However, in terms of the proposals, when we were going through the slide deck earlier on, as we got to that end of the scheme, at the Little Hopgrove, it is just a case of aligning the dual sections of the A1237 into the existing roundabout.
I didn't think it would, but I just wanted to hear it from somebody. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of questions from me. don't think I've got anybody else waiting at the moment. So this section, there's various points through the section which talk about, you know, that we build this scheme, it takes a couple of years to build out, and then in 10 years' time, it's all at capacity or over capacity. There's references to the road coming past the hospital, Wigington Road, you know, seeing significant flow increases, and yet on page 36 at 5.35, it says one of the key drivers of the proposals is to remove traffic from the city's historic centre and reassign it to the outer ring road. And I think in many ways this comes to the nub of much of the conversation here. And you've heard me ask already about the modelling in terms of the data that's been used for the air quality assessment, talking about only 500 cars being removed from the city centre. And so I'm struggling to see how it's making the significant difference that it sets out to make. And I appreciate all of the things around the local plan and the developments that are going to come on stream and all of the rest of it. But if you could give us some thought and background to that, that would be really helpful.
Yes, the report does say that some of the roads have less than 500 vehicle reduction, but also some have more than the 500 vehicle reduction, and the impacts on air quality are negligible to moderately beneficial. So when you look at the overall picture in the city centre, at the best level, you're going to get a moderate benefit from this scheme. So if you look at it in the round, there is some benefit to removing traffic from the city centre. What the council then does outside of this scheme to capitalise on that is up to the council as a local highway authority to do to sort of get the best out of this scheme.
So building on from that and appreciating that we are looking at the scheme that's in front of us, and you know, I'm not wanting to put you too much on the spot there. I think it would be helpful to have an understanding of the types of things that this scheme going ahead may then enable to happen, because I think there probably is some anxiety around the room around that.
Okay. I think there's two questions here. So there is the question about what happens to traffic just after you open the ring road. And we have done some modelling, and the applicant has put some information on the website showing that there are some substantial reductions simply from people diverting away from routes in inner York to the ring road. So examples of that are the modelling we've done, it forecasts that traffic volumes would go down by over 20% on Haxby Road. Lord Mayor's Walk southbound would see a fall of 10%. You'd see a fall in one direction through Exhibition Square and along Gillygate of about 15%. It plays out in some of the residential areas. So Crichton Avenue westbound, you see a fall of 13%. Lendal Bridge, if I haven't already said that, you see a fall of 15%. So in Ousbridge, you see a fall of 16%. So there are, but simply by the act of building the ring road, providing extra capacity, decongesting that route, traffic reassigns. And that's without doing anything else. That is if all you do is build a ring road, and that is what we have in front of us now. So that in itself decongests the city centre. But then there is a question about what you use, you know, what it enables, which is a much wider question, and that in a way is what you look at through your movement and place plan or movement and place strategy. So that's an interesting question. I mean, when we did the local transport strategy, we had about, I think, 71% of the people that we talked to said that they considered the inner ring road was unfit for purpose. I've written some of this down. 80% of people, what was it? 85%, maybe it's 88, can't read my writing, said that congestion was either a fairly serious problem or a very serious problem in York. 59% of people said that traffic in residential areas was a problem. From going around and talking to people in village halls all over the city, and some of you members were at those meetings, congestion on the 1237 came up a lot as a serious issue. So there is obviously a willingness to try and capitalise on that. Now, what would it be? 35 years ago, 40 years ago or something, building the ring road in the first place was used as a reason for pedestrianising the centre of York and closing the route past the Minster. And I grew up in York and I can remember that thing when I was at school. So yes, it does facilitate making other changes in the centre, but those changes need to be determined through a local transport strategy or a movement and place plan, or whatever policy instrument is determined. We did a little bit of modelling, which I don't think has been reported, but which we could make available, which showed that if dualling ring road was the only way that you could do that and not see big increases elsewhere. So it does as a measure, it has the potential to enable quite a lot of other things.
Okay, and perhaps just the very sort of last follow on to that, and because I think that this would possibly be part of my anxiety. When you're doing the modelling of the ring road, where it shows that in 10 years or 12 years time we'll be at or over capacity, does that modelling take into account displaced traffic from the city centre if other measures are brought in that make it less and less attractive, or is it essentially an as is with the developments coming on stream and those sort of things? Just want to try and understand.
So one of the complexities about transport modelling is that there is an assumption of background traffic growth that happens. Now in York, we have an aspiration to reduce the amount of traffic. So it's not the world that we would want to be in, but the methodology that we have to use, that the Department for Transport requires us to use business cases, assumes that there is this background traffic growth. And the background traffic growth is a sort of compound rate of about 1% a year. And that obviously, as that plays out over a 15-year or a 20-year cycle of scheme assessment, it does show roads filling back up again. We had this argument about the local plan because, in fact, what you see in York is that actually there isn't, even though we've got population growth, there's relatively little traffic growth in the city, and actually there is traffic. You know, the traffic volumes fall in the city centre. So it's actually, sorry, this is going to seem a very mealy-mouthed answer. It's quite difficult to tell whether the additional capacity will fill up. Inevitably, there will be more traffic on the road as time goes on. I mean, we've got a population which is going to increase by 10% in the next 15 years. And, you know, people living longer and people holding driving licenses for longer and cars becoming easier to drive and so on and so forth. So I think there is some inevitability to having some degree of traffic growth. I don't think that the, you know, constructing this induces that.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not seeing further hands on this section. So we then go on to the active travel section, which is page 39, paragraph 5.48 and to 5.74. And again, inviting questions on that. Councillor Fisher.
One of the more disappointing things on this scheme is the lack of a link from along the northern side of the A1237 from the Strensall Roundabout to Monk's Cross. Could you explain the reason for that? That wasn't included, please. Was it budgetary, or was it the assumption that people will travel through Huntington and go that way?
I'm afraid you needed to ask that to the applicant because I can't answer that one.
Sorry, I'll ask a second question.
Has
the land been, is there a possibility of holding the land on that part of the ring road so that we can add that at a later date if there is a sudden cascade of funds from central government towards active travel?
It doesn't form part of this planning application, so it wouldn't be reasonable to put something extra in.
Councillor Nelson.
I think we've all just gone, oh, we've all written that question down and not asked it at the right time as well. Is there anything that we can consider in perhaps the nature of an informative or a suggestion that there be some kind of thoughts for that in the future? Is there anything? I appreciate it's absolutely not something we could condition, but could we say, you know, ask to look at leaving possibilities open, perhaps?
Yes, you could probably do it through an informative that would look at. I'd have to think about how we worded it, but yeah, there's a way around that. You could say that the applicant is advised to look at. You'll have to give me a minute to think about.
We
But
definitely
yes,
can't ask the applicant to come and answer that question.
no, that's fine.
But I would guess that there's some issues around budget, and at some point, you know, it runs out, doesn't it? It's about that question of future enhancements.
I'm just going to come to Sandra. Did you want to comment or?
Well, I hear what Becky's advice was as obviously the Chief Planning Officer, but I'm just wondering myself whether, I mean, the applicant has decided the form of development which it is seeking to obtain planning permission for, and it isn't what the function of the local planning authority to reformulate the development proposal. So I'm wondering whether it would be an appropriate informative, but obviously, Becky, I defer to you on that.
Like I say, I need to think about how we would word it in terms of. I don't think there's anything that you could possibly secure, but what we could say is the applicant is advised in future to look at potential active. I don't know. I'll have to have a think. I'm struggling with some words at the moment for you. Sorry. And that kind of tells me in itself that it could only possibly be an informative. Sandra's very clearly going, she's not comfortable with it. There is
considering that the applicant is CYC and we are like the whole thing, could that be something that could perhaps be a conversation outside of committee?
Absolutely.
You know, with the chair and the relevant
that.
council teams.
That is potentially
this planning.
A better way around doing it, that we have outside conversations.
Yeah. And we could, as a committee, kind of ask that you and chair.
You could, in the minutes, we could put it in the minutes that you'd ask for that to happen.
Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, I mean, just to agree with Councillor Nelson, I think answering her own question, really, I think there does seem a danger to me that we are going down a massive red herring, given that we are City of York Council and the applicant is City of York Council. And we're going to mess about putting all sorts of informatives on, which are going to have no base in planning. And it just seems absolutely stupid that we're jeopardising the planning process and making a highly questionable decision when, as I say, we are the council's the applicant, we are sat in the council building. There are other ways we can influence the council rather than putting it in the planning process.
I think these are all definitely considerations for debate when we get to that point. Any further questions for this section? Councillor Nelson, and I've seen Councillor Burton as well.
Kind of to change the subject, in terms of active travel, I do take on the point that equestrians are also classed as active travel. And I appreciated the point that was made that the byway is I can't remember what the term was, an all access byway that everyone can use, sort of thing. It did make me think though about, for example, underpasses. Depending on the size of an underpass, it's a very different thing as to whether you can get a horse or a person and a horse or a person leading a horse. So under an underpass, depending on sizes, etc. Could that be something that we look at as part of the active travel infrastructure, even just to request that underpasses are fit for all active travel users?
Underpasses.
Can you take a horse under an underpass?
No, I don't own a horse. I've no idea.
If you cannot take a horse through an underpass, then the fact that the byway is technically used by everyone becomes irrelevant because you can't physically get your horse through it.
I think we're at risk of getting a little bit spurious here.
Can I just interrupt just quickly? You can, because there is a little underpass that goes to the York Community Woodland that you can take a little horse through as it's on a bridleway. Depends how tall the horse is, or the man, or the woman, or the Stetson, but I'm sure you can.
Councillor Fisher?
Could I just, from personal experience, suggest that if we are going to allow horses to use the footpaths and cycleways, they need to be lit. And I say that for a very simple reason. When I was younger, I used to cycle a lot. On one occasion in the dark, I hit a pile of horse manure at high speed and end up in casualty. Seriously, horse manure is a serious problem for cyclists, and you need to be careful about it. So having it well lit is important.
All the underpasses are illuminated. The police architectural liaison officer or Safer York Partnership, I can't recall what name they're operating under, have reviewed the plans and are content with the proposals put forward.
I think I'm comfortable that there's enough within the conditions around safety audits and all of those sorts of things that if it becomes an issue, it can be picked up. And I think, as was said, you know, if you can get off a horse and walk it, if you can ride through an underpass sat on your bike, you can walk a horse through. I think would be the view I would take. Councillor Burt.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just active travel. Obviously, a couple of areas are quite problematic in terms of being, you know, on like a kilometre detour along from, say, from going one side to the other. But we've got a score of 82% on this. Never come across one before. A cycling level of service audit. Very positive. It's the view that in the balance, the general benefits that are being brought by the scheme outweigh those certain issues. Is that the view that's been taken?
Yes, obviously, we're at a situation currently where a significant section of the outer ring road that falls within the scope of this application doesn't have any of those facilities. The proposals are bringing forward a number of those facilities.
And just following on from that, and I think this was possibly something that Councillor Stewart was asking earlier on, page 44, paragraph 5.67 talks about the phasing strategy for this development, and the wording of the phasing, I think, is to be confirmed, but I just wanted to check that the understanding would be that it would pick up that all of these sustainable and active travel elements of the schemes would be understood to be developed as the whole scheme has developed out. It wouldn't be a case that we'd agree it now and then actually it would go ahead with only the road elements and none of the active travel elements.
Yes, there's enough.
Excellent. Councillor Nelson?
I think we probably this would be the section to discuss public right of ways as well, would it, or would they come later? If you want them. Because I think that it would be remiss of us not to just ask some questions about the areas where the public rights of ways that exist are being stopped up, and those diversions. From remembering you going through the plans many hours ago, most of them, but not all of them, have diversions. Is that correct? Because one of them does not yet have a diversion.
In terms of the process of stopping up and diverting existing rights of way will be a separate process to the planning application process. The routes that are shown on the plans are sort of, I guess, what the applicant envisages needing to happen.
Do we have some data on the kind of usage levels of those public rights of ways? Because my understanding is that one of them's kind of overgrown at the point where it meets the junction at this point anyway, and so isn't enormously used. But if they're being used really regularly, then have we looked at and have we made sure that we're happy with the fact that they're being diverted such a long way?
I'm not aware of the public rights of way being used as commuting routes. my understanding is they are largely leisure routes. So where they've been stopped up and there are diversions proposed or alternate routing proposed, then it's for largely leisure use and it's not going to have a significant impact on, say, someone walking into York city centre from the villages outside. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to move on to the next section. Everybody else is looking like it. So we could then look at landscape impact, and I think it makes sense to take ecology and biodiversity net gain all in the round. So that's page 46, paragraph 5.75 through to paragraph 5.99. And again, just invite questions on anything within those sections. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I know we spoke about trees to a great extent. I'd just like to ask, in terms of being able to well, if this is to go ahead, to me, it makes sense for the project more widely that if for every tree that we're going to have to remove, we ought to replace. But given the large amounts of, given the fact that this is for a road development, the more trees that we can put on, surely the better. I just want to understand what the perspective was in approving this related to trees and whether that had any impact on your views widely.
So yeah, we've looked at all this in the round. There is, I'm just going to tell you, there is a condition with regard to landscaping to secure the final details. We've obviously got the plans that we showed you on here earlier on, and there is going to be a significant amount of landscaping as part of the proposals. Just 2 seconds while I find the right one. Or something else does. Basically, there is a condition with regard to full details of the landscaping at the site and any replanting if needed. I just can't find it. Hang on.
22.
Condition 22. Hang on, I'll just double check. Yes, condition 22. So the scheme requires full details and plans of the proposed planting. It then talks about when it should be implemented. If any trees or plants die, they need to be replaced in the next planting season. So we think that that sufficiently covers the loss of trees through that condition. I think that's sufficient mitigation.
Councillor Widdowson.
Just a question. Earlier it was said that 38 acres have been found somewhere to plant trees. I haven't seen it in the report. Would it be worth putting in the report? Because that's a significant amount and good information to say what else has been done over and above this planning application.
Doesn't form part of this planning application.
No, I know, but it has been bought because of it. So, but it's something that's good that's coming out.
Yeah, no, I get what you say from a planning point of view. It's not directly linked and it's linked and it doesn't form part of this planning application. Discuss it in the round, but I can't put it to this because it's not. Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. This is something that I made a note of during public participation when our speaker, Sarah Worthington, spoke about Mr. Harrison related to the comments that he has attempted to, I believe, have in the report, but weren't mentioned. I didn't quite catch specifically around what this was to do, but I understand he's a nearby resident. I don't know whether there's been any contact with him. I just wanted to understand whether there's anything from your end you could tell us about this specific concern. I appreciate it's a very specific one.
We did. Any comments that were received before the report was published, they may not be word for word, but they've been summarised in the case officer's report so that they are in there. They have been taken account of. We don't contact individuals. So they are in there. They have been summarised.
Okay, so I think we can move on to the next section, which is, again, I think we should take impact on heritage assets and archaeology all as one, which is page 52, 5.100 to 5.115. Any questions there? Not looking at any, no? Fab, in which case we're on to climate change, sustainable design, construction and development, which begins at page 55, 5.116, and goes on to 5.156. So again, just inviting questions. Councillor Harvey.
So this is probably a question on the heritage and archaeology thing, which I think it's just sort of occurred to me. The compound area, it's on the sort of site of the sort of north bit of the old Clifton Airfield. Is there any kind of sort of impact on that, or is this sort of footprint of the airfield kind of left as it is, or I guess it's what's happening to that, because that's obviously pretty much the only bit of that feature that remains at the moment, isn't it?
Council's archaeologist hasn't objected to the proposal, but she has specifically requested conditions. So if there is something that arises through the development, that they will be required to comply with those conditions. So I couldn't tell you specifically on that area, but the archaeologist has looked at it, is happy, and is content that if we have the condition, and if anything comes up through the process, we can cover it through that.
Would what's left of the runway, I guess, be built on? Or
would the rest? I didn't hear that.
Would what's left of the runway be built on? If it's
it's a construction compound.
Yeah, so it would leave. So when that's gone, you'd still have the runway kind of as it exists at the moment.
It reverts back to what it was.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Nelson.
If we're finished with the archaeology bit.
I hadn't seen questions, but I'm happy to go back if there are more questions. I'd rather. But
in terms of the sustainable development section, there's been a couple of a number of representations that have stated that this doesn't meet the tests for sustainable development under the NPPF. In this section, 5.117 sets out what sustainable development means in the NPPF, and that we're happy that it does meet the kind of definition of that. So I just wondered if you could clarify how sure we are, like why it does meet the NPPF when obviously representations have suggested that it doesn't.
Because as part of the application and the assessment process, we've assessed all the information that was submitted. We've taken the representations into account, and we've come to a balanced view that we consider it's acceptable in terms of planning policy. And that's what we've said in the report. I don't think there's much more that I can add than what's in the report, really.
Okay, Councillor Widdowson.
It's just a specific on when the road is being constructed, if the road gets constructed, are we taking into account the latest technology in building it, such as putting plastics in there or rubber tires and all the rest of it, where it should increase the longevity of it, if I get my words right today, and also decrease the cost and increase the sustainability of it.
Wouldn't necessarily cover the cost, but there is a construction environmental management plan that we'd ask for that kind of detail through that.
Okay, so we can ask for the details of that, because I know that we don't do that in most of the roads when they're constructed.
Whether or not it'd cover everything that you've just said, probably not, because we've got to be reasonable in planning terms, but we think it covers sufficient to cover the planning aspects of it.
Okay, question from me. I'm not sure who it's best directed at really, but page 58, 5.125, the very last sentence talks about the submitted modelling demonstrates that during the operational phase, there's a modest carbon saving, but paragraphs earlier, particularly 5.123, talk about the carbon cost of the actual development itself. And so what I'd like to understand is whether the carbon impact of building the scheme is then outweighed by the modest carbon savings that would be realised during the lifetime of the scheme, or whether we think that actually it's a net detractor.
I don't think we can answer that, I'm afraid, at this moment in time. We've put it in the report as best we can in terms of the answers to that, and I think in planning terms, as I've just said, we're content that the proposal's acceptable, but I can't answer that specifically for you.
I suppose what I'm trying to understand, I appreciate what you've just said. If I've read the report correctly, 5.120 says that we're going to put 51,000 and a bit more tons of carbon in the construction of the scheme, and then we're going to save around 1,200 tons of carbon per year. So on that basis, it's going to be about 50 years before it becomes carbon neutral. Would that be a correct understanding of what these numbers are telling us?
I don't know the answer in terms of when it becomes carbon neutral, but the difference is that the proposals, I believe, allow for an operational saving in carbon terms by virtue of the reduced congestion, freer flowing traffic. There's an embodied carbon element, and a lot of that comes from a lot of the sort of civils elements involved in the construction. So you bridges, underpasses, and things like that in concrete essentially.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
A few calculations for you. If we assume it's built in 2026 and we save carbon at the rate of 1,230 tonnes a year, it will take till 2048 to make it carbon neutral. That's assuming that by 2040 we hit the figure of 4,677 tonnes. So it'll be by 2048 it will be carbon neutral.
And that's assuming there's no further reductions, going back to some of the points that were made earlier about what else could happen. Okay, thank you. Looking for further questions on this section? No. In which case we move on to pollution control, which begins at page 58, paragraph 5.126 to 5.156. And we are joined, there you are, getting your job title there, joined by Mike Southcombe, who's the Environmental Protection Manager, and we've got Michael Golightly in the background if needed. So again, inviting questions on this section, please. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. It goes back to my comments earlier on about the proximity of some houses. On page 63, 5149, looking at noise pollution, could you just clarify exactly which areas of the road will have the low noise surfacing fitted? Will it be will the section between Huntington and Earswick be one of those sections? The reason I say that is that Earswick Parish Council are very animated about that section and want to ensure that the noise is kept to an absolute minimum.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a number of measures within the proposals to reduce noise, of which low noise surfacing is one of them. Also, of course, there's acoustic barriers and the buns in place. It's going to be a combination of these as to which is appropriate at each location. And then following their implementation, there will be post monitoring of the various aspects to determine if they've been successful and whether or not more works need to be done.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. Similarly, I'd like to ask around air quality in relation to sort of Councillor Fisher's point around nearby accommodation, people living there, and the impact that that's going to have. I understand that the argument is that it's negligible, particularly on the Wigginton Road roundabout, which was pointed as the highest increase in predicted annual mean. I'm just trying to understand how the expansion of sort of a dual carriageway and well, of dualling in this way would result in such a low change in air quality. And I'm just I'm just not sure whether I'm just a little bit concerned if you've got any thoughts about how the air quality for residents will be affected by this project, nearby residents.
I mean, you have identified the location which is most affected by it, and the change is about 1.6 micrograms, which is a small but noticeable amount. It's currently in the area of about 22 to 24 micrograms. So it's well below the 40 micrograms annual hourly mean for nitrogen dioxide. So it will be slightly higher, but not that much higher. Air quality is obviously not just dependent purely on volume of traffic, but types of traffic. Weather is going to play a major effect. And one of the positive aspects of the outer ring road is it's very open. So pollution disperses quite quickly from that particular location.
You mentioned sort of the types of the traffic there. Has there been any modelling done in the sense, I'm presuming you mean diesel cars by any chance are more likely to be more polluting, or do you mean specific types of traffic in terms of what it's there for? I'm just trying to understand, then I sort of have a further question.
Yeah, obviously engine type, diesels are most polluting in terms of air quality, in terms of particulates especially. But also in terms of size of the engine, in terms of speed the traffic's going, in terms of congestion. So there's a lot of factors to be taken into account.
So that's the speed is sort of my final question related to this area. Obviously, we've had a projection of what we expect the speed limits to be in those areas, and then also national highways will obviously have the sort of final say on that and be able to adjust as they prefer. Are you confident that the speed? Well, it might be a slightly loaded question. I'll rephrase. Having seen the current projections for the speed limits, was that the basis on which this testing was done? And do you think that the projection of what the speed limits will be in certain areas will continue to have the so-called negligible impact on local air quality?
I think I'd go back to some of the comments that I made earlier, that our air quality projections are based on the traffic model. So they're as correct as they can be at this time.
Okay, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, actually, you just mentioned, weather and how pollution doesn't stay on the ring road, particularly for a long time. It's obviously we've got issues then around surface runoff, and then the potential. I know there's been some issues in the reports about potential contamination from soil and things like that. What needs to be done to mitigate, both in the construction phase and then in the kind of rest of its life, I suppose? What do we need to see to make sure we're doing everything we can to mitigate those pollutants ending up in our natural environment and our rivers? And
yeah, probably a little bit outside my remit, in that you're probably talking about drainage rather than the sort of area that I would cover, but that can be included either within a separate drainage plan or included within a detailed construction environment management plan.
There are hang on, So there are vortex separators proposed as part of the proposals. You'll have seen it in the. I couldn't remember the word.
Just
sounds like something off sort of Star Trek.
Yeah.
Going back to the very start of the meeting, one of the reasons why the red line extends beyond the A19 roundabout to the west is to accommodate the maintenance and the drainage infrastructure that we need to have the vortex separator and the embedded mitigation within the scheme to protect the nearby Rawcliffe Ings, Clifton Ings and that towards the Ouse from the surface runoff from the road in terms of the drainage.
Is it just within drainage that we're kind of concerned about the way that pollution from the road might impact the rest of the environment though?
There's the construction environmental management plan, which will cover and secure and manage the the operational construction phase from things like that. Then there's the bits that Mike's touched on, and then the drainage aspect as well. Is it all different aspects feed into the same, so hopefully the same outcome.
Councillor Steels-Walshaw.
Yeah, thank you. It was on page 59, 5.132 around the traffic management plan. About during the construction phase, there could be the potential for traffic disruption. And about that, I would just wanted to ask about that increasing negative air quality, about the traffic disruption and whether this could move to another area, or whether it would potentially be monitored during the construction phase, just because it may be moving around. And I don't know, I'm guessing it's not planned yet where the traffic diversion disruption would possibly go to.
It would be up to my colleagues in transport to decide whether or not there were specific routes saying, you know, traffic go down this way, but you know what drivers are like, they'll drive wherever they think they can get through. In terms of air quality monitoring, obviously we've got an extensive air quality monitoring network, not on every road in York, but on a substantial number of roads in York. So we'll be able to monitor the impact of the construction phase of this development, but inevitably, you know, there will be some diversions into areas we might not want traffic to go, but the long-term gain hopefully will outweigh that.
Thank you. Is there any indication of how long the construction phase might take, or how long it may need to be alternative traffic need to go other ways for?
So at this moment in time, the indication is that it would be around a 2-year build project. Obviously that could be subject to change, delay, alteration, but that's what we've been told so far. I think generally speaking, the anticipation has been that the construction can happen offline because of where the alignment would be. Inevitably there will be some disruption, but a lot of it will be sort of plumbing it in, tying it in, if you like, to the existing junctions and linking the.
Thank you.
Yeah, just draw your attention to condition 19. So there's a phasing plan and a detailed method statement, which should include things such as routing for construction traffic that will be promoted, that type of thing. So this will all be subject to working it out post-application.
Question from me, just to go back to the air quality and pollution, and appreciate that this might be something that has been considered or not. If I've understood correctly, in terms of the air quality assessments, it's particular things that we measure. So we measure particular particulates and those sorts of things. But I don't know whether that includes things like, I know that a lot of the roadside air pollution comes from tyres and brake discs and those sort of things. And is that picked up through the pollution control and the drainage, or is that something that's monitored as part of the air quality? And I'm particularly thinking about the stuff that's floating around at the moment around the move to electric vehicles being heavier and therefore potentially creating more microplastic type pollution rather than, say, you know, nitrogen or whatever it is, you know, emissions type pollutions.
I mean, our pollution monitors monitor species rather than sources of things. They're not that sophisticated, and I'm not sure there are monitors that do that out there at present. There's a trend in general towards heavier vehicles. You know, the SUVs, the motor companies make far more money out of selling SUVs than they do out of selling small electric vehicles. There's a lot of, obviously, tyres are on all types of vehicles. The emissions are roughly the same. A lot of it's about driving, it's about road surface. So there's a number of factors, but there's a lot of propaganda from the car industry to say carry on driving diesels and petrols because electric vehicles are bad for the environment. There's pros and cons, of course. the transport strategy would encourage us to walk, cycle and get on public transport. But if you can't, it's better to drive zero emission or ultra emission vehicles than it is to drive petrol and certainly diesel.
But in terms of our monitoring that we're doing here at the moment, in terms of air quality, we're tending to be focused on the emissions.
Nitrogen dioxide is the key one in terms of the declaration of our city centre air quality management area, but also increasingly we're monitoring microparticulates PM10 and the very small PM2.5 that get down into your lungs and your blood system.
Okay, thank you. And one final point of clarity for me, page 63, 5.150 mentions that there are some properties at risk of meeting the criteria for compensation under the noise insulation regulations 975. Will the onus be on the people in those properties to know, or will we actively say we think that you are eligible for compensation, or is that something that the developer has to do? How does, because it piqued my interest and then I couldn't work out how you would follow that through.
This has been quite a long-term process in terms of identifying properties that potentially could be adversely affected by noise during the construction phase and the operational phase. So between ourselves and the consultants, we identified a large number of properties that might even potentially be affected by noise. Then there was the noise modelling based on traffic models that narrowed that number down a bit. And then, of course, there's the measures that are going to be put in place, that I mentioned earlier, for bunds, the acoustic screens, for low noise surfaces. After the scheme is completed, there will be further noise monitoring to see whether those have been successful. There may be some where even those measures aren't sufficient. What we would then look at is, are there specific measures that we could implement at people's properties? Fences, triple glazing, specific measures like that. And if they didn't work, perhaps we might be looking at compensation for a handful of properties. So we will identify those properties, but there is an onus on people then to actually apply. That's how the process works.
No, thanks for explaining that. So I'm not seeing further hands on this section, so I'll just take us into the flood risk and drainage, which begins page 65, 5.157 to 5.175. Any questions on this section? Councillor Nelson?
Really quickly, when I'm looking at this, it looks to me like the drainage is actually better than it is in at the moment, with the addition of the swales and those big kind of natural drainage solutions and things like that. Would that be correct, that this is actually adding to the capacity of the flood network and drainage network?
It doesn't. I think in terms of the drainage scheme that's been put forward, there has been a lot of work on it between the applicants, our drainage engineers, and the IDBs. And ultimately we've got to a point where those parties are satisfied with the information that's been submitted to allow us to have a compliance condition. I think in terms of we've got the additional flood compensatory measures, and I think the drainage is potentially enhanced by virtue of it being renewed. And things like the swales and things along the side, they will have highways drainage benefits, but they will also potentially in the longer term have some ecological benefits as well.
I think page 69, paragraph 5.171 in the report says that in general it won't contribute to any worsening, and that cliftoning specifically should lead to an improvement in water quality compared to existing. Okay, and then on to the impacts on existing users and any other matters. I'm going to come on to greenbelt things in a slightly separate way. So just that last little section there, Councillor Hollier.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to use it as an excuse to go slightly back to my question before as another matter. In terms of the protection of the runway, and obviously it's a World War II sort of airfield, you know, RAF Clifton, then RAF York. It's all that's left of that airfield, which is obviously now largely a housing estate, and there's still, you know, lots of roads around there with, you know, names linked to its former use, Hurricane Way, for example. Broadcliff Parish Council, I think, as well, has ambitions to use it as a sort of, you know, exhibit, a way of sort of trying to explain the history of the local area. So I'm just concerned in terms of the use of it as presumably as a sort of road to the compound, which I guess is the field at the back. I couldn't really find exactly how the compound itself would be laid out. And in terms of what sort of protection the sort of stubs of the runways would have, or would be, you know, returned to, I don't suppose, I mean, they don't look in fantastic condition at the moment, obviously, but we wouldn't want them to get any worse. So is there a condition which kind of protects them in any way? I looked at find it. 15C. Would that sort of come into play, or would it be worth, is there you know, an additional condition which could be added, which would be looking at how, you know, that could be protected, or you know, the plan for the construction compound could be done as sensitively as possible to, you know, preserve the opportunities there.
I think I've seen something in one of the conditions that talks about.
Or have I totally missed it?
Like a navigation board type thing, you know, something to tell the story of the area once the compound's been removed. But I'm just looking to see if I can find it.
There's condition 23
Not got that.
that talks about the site compound. So condition 23 says that once your compound's done, within 12 months, it's got to be reinstated to their original pre-development state, unless otherwise first agreed. So there is a requirement that it has to be reinstated. In terms of 15C, that's archaeological features. So it's not a protected heritage asset. So I think we've done sufficient with the conditions that are there.
Okay, but we're confident that 23 would essentially, you know, when the compound's gone, it would be more or less as it is now, and it would still be usable. They're not going to sort of tarmac over.
No, it says shall be reinstated to their original pre-development state unless otherwise first agreed with the local planning authority. So it's envisaged that it will go back to its pre-development state unless they come to some form of agreement with us first.
Okay.
The other point I would add as well is sort of from discussions and things we've had with the applicants throughout the application process. The remnants of the runways that are left are very robust, shall we say? So they're not, you know, they're not. Again, we can never say never, but they're not going to be sort of, I wouldn't say damaged or lost purely because there is a construction compound put on.
Okay. No, that sounds like it answers my concern.
Because a Halifax bomber is probably heavier than a digger, but I don't know. Councillor Fenton.
It was just to ask whether in drafting that condition, any consideration had been given to the comments of the city archaeologist, paragraph all the way back at paragraph 3.2, where there was a recommendation of a scheme of interpretation in relation to Clifton Airfield. So I found it. And whether that was something that had been considered in terms of tagging that onto the condition about it being returned to its original condition after the construction phase had finished. I'm guessing scheme of interpretation, I think it means an interpretation board or something. It might be worth, thinking about adding that on.
Just say what paragraph that is again, please.
Paragraph 3.2 all the way. 3.2, internal consultation, city archaeologist, page 11.
Bear with me, I'm just skimming the comments that we originally got from the city archaeologist. So in the first set of comments that were provided to us in October 2022, there was the request for the scheme of interpretation relating to Clifton Airfield to be agreed and provision made for installation within 3 years of the completion of the scheme. However, we then received a further set of comments in December 2022, which removed that request. And I think, from recollection, this was following discussions with the applicants, I believe. But there's nothing in the comments here, I don't think, that explains why that was the case.
So we've gone with the recommendation of the archaeologist that's changed through the process, that she didn't think it was necessary. That's why it's not there. Yeah, well, we've clearly missed that by accident, and we've just double checking it now. But if we're her most recent, I see what you're saying. But if she said it's not necessary in her next set of comments.
Councillor Nelson.
Michelle, is this perhaps one of those things that we might want to pick up with external conversations with? I mean, I would imagine that in a general sense, once this is built, we're going to want those pedestrian routes and active travel routes to be really enticing, like have things like the planets or public art or those kind of things, and they will be.
Councillor Nelson, we found something.
Okay,
just to stop you mid-flow.
Sorry. So for the second set of comments we received, the interpretation condition was removed following discussions with the applicant that engagement interpretation will be taking place as part of a larger engagement programme. So it's whilst it's not part of the condition, there is a wider sort of as part of the project that will be delivered.
Okay, so I think if we're all happy, we can move on then to just the last sections that I wanted to cover, which was Greenbelt and the case for very special circumstances. So there's a section on Greenbelt earlier in the papers from page 30, paragraphs 5.9 to 5.30, and then the case for very special circumstances, which begins at page 71, 5.181 to 5.201. And again, inviting questions on any of those elements. I can see you're itching, Councillor Nelson.
Someone else to go first. Can I ask about the fourth arm on the roundabout? Because I think there's obviously a point about that not being currently necessary in terms of development in the green belt or potentially there's a point about it not being necessary at this moment in time in this application in terms of encroachment into the green belt. However, obviously, we've heard from Councillor Kilbane about how it's the council's responsibility to put the infrastructure in for the local plan, etc. So could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, the scheme can be without the full farm if that's what needs to go, but there will be more disruption if that full farm was put on at a later date. So if you put the spur in now, it's only a spur off the roundabout to then facilitate the connection onwards to the site. And it's quite a long link road that will be required to connect to that site. So we are looking to minimise future disruption by putting that spur in now.
I completely understand and it makes sense in a practical way. I guess my question was more about the legislation that sits around the green belt situation, because if we say that we aren't allowed to develop the green belt outside of very special circumstances, does that count? Are we happy that that counts, even though there isn't, it's not directly necessary right now?
You're looking at the scheme as a whole. It's not just one small arm of a roundabout, isn't it? So we've taken it in, we've got to consider what is submitted, which we've clearly done. And it's the scheme as a whole that we're looking at, not just one arm of a roundabout in terms of very special circumstances. And that's how we've come to the recommendation. We've looked at it as a whole.
Okay. Not seeing further questions from anybody else. I've just got one, which possibly is a debate type question as well, but without wishing to go too far down this route of the conditions or the informative around the movement and transport, movement and place strategy. Again, at page 74, 5.194, when the report is weighing the harms and the benefits in terms of the very special circumstances in the greenbelt, it's making reference to the fact that it could present opportunities for other measures to be brought forward by other decision-making bodies in the council, which could deliver further enhancements to neighbourhoods in the main urban area. Now, I appreciate that that's would, if. But if that were deemed to be the thing that tipped the balance in terms of very special circumstances, because obviously we're weighing harm versus public benefit and trying to kind of assess those things, would that not then be reasonable to seek to capture that in a robust way within a decision?
Sorry, I've already answered that earlier on. I've given the advice around that. I don't think that it's reasonable to condition it. You can put an informative on it and you can give it well, obviously for members to decide in terms of weight that they want to give. Officers have answered that in the report.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing any further hands for any further questions. My question to you all is, it's 1:15. Do we want a 5-minute adjournment before we move into debate? Okay, so can I suggest then that we come back at 7:20, but 7:20 sharp? Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to this evening's session of Planning Committee A. It feels like it was a very long time ago that we started, but I think that we are into the final straight. So we are now into debate on the item. So just to remind members, I'm not at this stage seeking a proposal, but I am seeking indications of where people are at with this application, any thoughts that they have. And I could just remind you all as well that if somebody has spoken before you and has made all of the points that you were going to make, just say, that's great, I agree with them. We don't need to hear them all a second time over. So the floor is open for contributions. Councillor Fenton.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's been a voyage of discovery or rediscovery for many of us in terms of a scheme that's been going on for quite a long time. I think taking particular interest in the active travel elements of the scheme. Obviously, the gap in the the scheme between Wigginton Road Roundabout is disappointing, and I think the points have been made around the signalised crossing being provided in preference to an underpass because of a lack of demand. We kind of need to think about, well, why is there a lack of demand? Perhaps because it's unsafe. And there's been a lot of talk about induced demand in terms of car travel. There can be a good side to that. If you build good active travel infrastructure, it may induce more people to use it and to choose to cycle and walk and wheel and not use the car. So I think not providing something to induce people to travel actively, I think, is a missed opportunity. I entirely understand where budgets are limited. It does hinder your ability to do as much as you might want to do. So I think for me, that's one of the disappointments with the scheme. I think members have not unreasonably wanted to understand, and wherever we can, make a link between this scheme and the benefits that certainly in my mind, one of the main benefit is the opportunity it presents for us to make more interventions within the ring road in terms of supporting public transport and active travel. And I feel slightly uncomfortable at our inability to do that, but understand why. And it would be helpful to, notwithstanding the planning officer's advice, to think about what we could do in terms of an informative to note the development and creation and implementation of a movement and place plan or something equivalent that gives us something to hang that on, because the report does, when it talks about the benefits that outweigh the harms from a greenbelt perspective, talks about the support for the wider ambition. It says of removing cars from the city centre. It probably doesn't. I don't think that's necessarily what the ambition is. It's more about providing better alternatives so people don't have the need to travel through the city centre by car, because there are better alternatives. As things stand, we're reliant on, I suppose, councillors wearing our other hats to make sure that actually comes to fruition. And maybe members are happy with that in terms of that's our job, to make sure that ambition is progressed and realised, knowing that if this scheme is approved, it gives us, it increases the ability for us to bring residents with us in support of those measures, because there is this other thing happening that will provide alternatives to travel by car through the city centre. So I'd be interested in other thoughts as to what we might do, but I appreciate that might be something we have to do in our other capacity as councillors to make that happen. But Yeah, on the whole, I think the benefits do outweigh the disadvantages and the risks that have been articulated by many public speakers. And in general, I'm in support of the scheme with those reservations about the areas where I think it could have been better.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stewart, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Fenton. And the substance of his comments, I'm leaning towards approval. I think there are various aspects which are not perfect. I think there are a whole host of aspects where we as City of York councillors need to be looking at different ways we can do different things in terms of active travel, because this scheme is, for me, it's very underwhelming in the whole concept of, if you're going to dual the ring road, what are you going to do about active travel, and what are you going to do about promoting other forms of transport in York? As the Mr. Ellum said, I think the whole nature of an orbital route means we're not going to be taking traffic from public transport. We're going to be taking it, just making it sort of easier for people. There's been a lot said about the induced demand, and I think undoubtedly there will be an increase in the level of obviously transport on the ring road. That's one of the points of it, and then there will be a reduction in demand through the city centre. But then from that point, there will be more people making journeys. That, to give one example, there must be people in Tadcaster who will be more likely now to go into York or go to Monk's Cross shopping than they would have been go to the Springs on the outside of Leeds. So there must be some journeys, but equally some of those journeys are journeys that we would say we want people to make those journeys to come to York. It's about the public transport balance that we have. And what we can do in other areas. But for me, as a planning application, and I'm sure we'll, have lots of discussion about particular aspects and what could have been done. I can't see anything that would be tangible enough for we couldn't approve it given the planning, given the planning balance and the weight in favour of approval. So that's where I am.
Thank you. I had Councillor Nelson next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm broadly in agreement with what's been said already. I think there's some other kind of things that stand out to me. I do agree that it's a shame that the Wigginton Road roundabout hasn't got an underpass or better pedestrian infrastructure. I think that as a council, that's something we need to really be aware of and look at into the future. I am, however, kind of heartened by the answers we've had this evening about the fact that that can be dealt with in future as needed. It's equally disappointing in a way, or it's a shame rather than disappointing, that there's nothing between the Strengths Roundabout and Monk's Cross. I think anything that we can do through an informative or not through an informative, externally in conversations to talk about how we can, build that into future plans for the city, that's the sort of thing we should be doing. But I think overall I can see that this will pull at least some traffic out of the city centre. How much is obviously questionable, but I can see the benefits of this for the city centre. I also think in all of the discussions we've had and everything that we've heard this evening, there's for me, there's one glaring thing that's been missing from all the discussion, which is, I've spent my whole life in North Yorkshire, the last almost 10 years in York, but I've spent an awful lot of my life before I lived in York sat in traffic around that ring road, not going anywhere near York. We never drove into York. We would get the train into York. But to get to all those other places, I think we have a key role to play as a city in our region. When we think about Malton and we think about Scarborough and we think about the places that we are lucky to kind of have so close, people are forced to travel through York as a key route, a bit like what Councillor Kilbane was saying. When those key routes are established, of course, this is going to be one of them, because it's not just about us as a city. An enormous amount of traffic on the ring road is coming in and out of the city. But there's also a big proportion of it where people who are living in the villages and living in these other places have to come round as part of their lives, and they have to come to York because they live in villages or they live in small towns that don't have the same amenities. So I think there's a sort of responsibility as well for us as a city to improve the way that road works, for the sake of the region as well as for, you know, the residents around. So I feel broadly, there are some holes, there are some things that I wish were better or could be done. I wish we had loads of money. You know, I wish that all the things that have been picked up could be kind of fixed in, but that's not how planning works. Broadly, I am significantly more likely to get on my bike from Foxwood and go to Clifton Moor on my bike after this than I am now, because I would never go near that ring road with my bike and my cycling skills. But with this infrastructure in place, and I've tried to walk the ring road, I have tried to walk that stretch of the ring road and got absolutely stuck and ended up on the park and ride bus home because I couldn't figure out how to get back, you know. So I think that broadly the active travel will make a difference. It will make people more likely to use it. It will make a difference positively to the congestion in and outside of the city. Yeah, I'll stop talking, sorry.
Thank you. Next, I had Councillor Fisher.
Chair, I asked myself a simple question: is this what I really want? And the answer to that is no, because ideally I would have liked a dual carriageway with great separated junctions, so the traffic's on the radial roads could just go straight underneath with cycle tracks. And that's what I started campaigning for back in 1983. But unfortunately, the council on North Yorkshire County Council wouldn't spend the extra money. And to give you an idea of how much that was, it was between £8 and £10 million. Now, when you reckon that we're looking to spend £65 million to sort the mess out, clearly we have to make some compromises and we have to work to a budget. And, you know, this scheme is the best we can get. Sure, there are deficiencies. I would have wanted to see an underpass at Wigington ideally, but it's not going to happen. So part of the reason for that may be that Wigington Road itself is very dangerous for cyclists. It's a long, fairly straight road. And a lot of cars do 50, 60 miles an hour. And there is an alternative route through Green Dyke and Eastfield Avenue down to Haxby where they can get under. So that may be the reason that the capacity, the number of people using it isn't great. It will take some traffic, but I think it's now out of the city centre. And I think that's important, very important. But I think it also gives the council as a highways authority the chance to incentivise people to get out of the city centre and use this as an alternative. And that may be by carrot or it may be by stick. We may have to use powers to actually force vehicles to do that. What it will do, though, it will revolutionise the situation for those who live in the villages adjacent to the A1237. Just to give you an idea, there are 40,000 people live in the villages on either side of it. And that when the new development at Monk's Cross comes online and the two possible developments at Clifton Gate and ST9 north of Haxby, that will become 50,000 people. And, you know, I, at the moment, rarely use the ring road. I rarely go on it because I know all the rat runs that get me around it. But that's unfair on the villages. I'd far sooner use the ring road if it was flowing freely, but you know, that's the way of the world. So on balance, I think I'm going to vote for approval. I say it's not perfect. The situation regarding, you brought up regarding the lack of a cycle track to the east of Strenson Road is one thing. But the one thing I will be saying, Councillor Coulbany is going to get it in the ear from me about getting a cycle track from Strensel to Earswick so we can actually get onto the thing. Boy, he better be ready for that. Do it in a very nice way.
Councillor, sorry, Councillor Burton.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think I'd probably echo a lot of the comments that we've heard here today. I think it's worth noting, I think there are a couple of comments for those people who've come here and put a lot of very strong, clear points about the environment today, that like their points are very valid and actually the stuff that they raise is really important. But from a planning perspective, I think we don't have the tools to deal with that as a city at the moment. We don't have an embodied carbon policy. We don't have policies very specifically around certain things. The transport stuff is very limited, and then the MPPF is around sustainable development. It's quite economically directed rather than being environmentally directed. So with a planning hat on, I think we've got limited tools to look at this, unfortunately. But I mean, there are lots of massive benefits to this. The travel aspects, the cycling aspects, and actually just what it'll do in terms of freeing up transport through the city, which I think I've been quite convinced by today in the meeting. So I'd be happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Widdowson was next.
I think everybody's made some really good points, and I'm very pleased that Councillor Fisher and Councillor Nelson has actually addressed the elephant in the room, which is the stationary traffic that we have for at least 4 hours every day on that part of the ring road that's doing nobody any good. The bit I'd like to talk about as well is building on Councillor Fisher's point. If we had made this decision as a council in 1982, we probably could have had underpasses, overpasses, dragons flying by, horses trotting across it, whatever. So we need to make a timely decision to actually make the best use of the money that we've got. Otherwise, we're going to go nowhere, around in circles again, and we may end up with a single track road there for forever. There is lots of expertise in the report, and Becky, can I really thank your officers for the report? It is the most detailed I have ever had the fortune to read. The cost is only going to go one way. If we can think about the solar lights, think about how we improve as much as possible, make the money go as far as possible with the active travel, with the Pegasus. I was trying to find on my phone, I've got lights near Whitby, which had horses on that made me giggle for a while. If we can put any of that in safely and make all of that work as hard as possible, the flood alleviation that's in here is fantastic. So really, really good work there. And is there a way of putting messages around the place to get people to use the park and ride so that that could improve it even more, so that they, you move them to that area? But, overall, I personally do not see an alternative but to say, can we just get on with it?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Steels-Walshaw.
Thank you. I'll be brief because most of the comments I was going to say have been saying, and on generally, I do just agree with the things that have been said. I do believe that it will reduce traffic to some extent in the city centre. I remain with Councillor Nelson that I do have some reservations around active travel, but I do believe that it will increase people using alternative methods of transport other than car. I was concerned about the environment, and absolutely the people who spoke today, their concerns were really valid about the environment. But I think the off-site enhanced planting is really positive, and the value of habitats and balance of environment. And it will be really welcome for York Outer and other places around who will be better connected. So in light of all that, I am minded to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. I have very mixed views on this, and I still haven't made up my mind. I've been thinking about it for a very long time. And I'm not going to repeat all the positive things that people have said. I do think we do need to think a little bit more. People talk about 1982 or 83 when the first time this was brought up. I was about -17. And I don't want to be in a situation where just because we've been wanting something for so long that we accept something that can't be the best it can be just because we want to get it out of the way. I mean, your last words just there, the campaign to just dual it, I appreciate there's the desire to get it done, but I think it needs to be done right. And talking about the last 40 years makes me think about the next 40 and how old I'm going to be at that point and what I'm going to want to think about I did. When we think about the way that, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about the people who came and spoke about the climate, who spoke about the air quality, and talking about the air quality. I appreciate it's not going to necessarily immediately impact the local area, but that carbon and hot air is going to have to go somewhere. I suppose I'm thinking much more holistically about this. Induced demand, I understand that last time when a ring road was built, it decreased congestion in the city, but times have changed, the way that people work and travel have changed, and given the impact of the local plan that this is going to have, I just feel that building more roads might not be the best. Anyway, it's quite a lot I've been struggling with because I'm very concerned about transport and the climate and the impact that this will have for years to come, for years that we'll all be around for, and for even the ones that we won't be. There will be a continued problems, I think, with some congestion, particularly around the Wington Crossing, which I know has been discussed. We have had budgets that were limited. I think in terms of informatives, if we can come up with I think this might be my first application I've dealt with where the City of York is the applicant itself. So in the way that we deal with informatives, I understand that would be very different, and they might mean something more, or we could engage in a different way than it were if it were a private developer. I just don't think that, given the length of time this has taken, and all the hard work that's been done over the years, I'm sure we should use that to overlook, I think, clear problems within this application. And that's something I wanted to say because everyone else was being so cheerful. I thought I'd bring the mood down.
Thank you. Councillor Hollier.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have a great deal to add to all the points that have been made that generally I agree with. But I take the points Councillor Whitcroft's making, but I think this is a case of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. And obviously, we have an application in front of us, and it's a case of whether or not this meets the threshold, not whether it's the best possible application it could be. I mean, obviously, if we were starting with a blank piece of paper, we would not be where we are. Ideally, back in 1982, a better decision would have been made. And I can certainly confirm that Councillor Fisher was campaigning for it back then. There's Haxby leaflets with him in his suit and tie and very neatly cut hair. So not quite sure what happened there, but I suppose 40 years will do that to any of us. So yeah, so absolutely support all the points that generally be made. I think we're all basically in agreement. We can see which way this is going. So I think I'm very happy to just move the officer's recommendation and let's get on with it.
Okay, thank you. Not quite at a point of moving, but I'll take that point. I think that's everybody's indicated. I'll just chuck in a few extra points that haven't been covered, and a lot of points that I would have made have been made already. I think it's worth just noting the comments around road safety. There were a number of issues raised around that, and I feel satisfied in the responses that we've had from officers and in terms of the conditions around the road safety audits, that all of those aspects can be picked up, and likewise I would hope that the issues that were raised around the backing up from the pedestrian crossing and that data can be looked at. But I think my understanding of the distinctions between the Highways Authority and the Planning Authority is that were there to be issues within that element of the scheme, there's sufficient scope to be able to address that. I think for me, it comes down to do we agree that we can achieve the benefits in terms of the impacts on not just the city centre, but the villages, the improvements to public transport and active travel that I think we all want to see. And where I feel quite uncomfortable is that, based on the advice, which I'm not in any way challenging, but we haven't got a mechanism to build in a robust, definitive, this can only go ahead with all of those other things that we want to see happen. So actually, I think it's heartening to hear members of all sides saying that they want to see those things achieved. And I think that we need to ensure then that if we are looking to approve, which the indications around the table seem to be that that is the case, then actually we have a duty on all of us to actually seek to work together to deliver the benefits that are ancillary to this scheme, but are absolutely intrinsic to what's been presented before us. Personally, I would like to see us write the strongest informative that we can to seek to capture that collective position of this committee. And I would propose perhaps that that's wording that is deferred to myself and Vice Chair with input from officers in terms of trying to capture that. Personally, I'm happy that we seek to capture something around the movement and place strategy, although noting taking advice in terms of how strongly we can or can't reference elements of policy. And again, for me personally, I would like, and I'm not sure whether this is perhaps the view of everybody in the committee, so I'm not necessarily suggesting for an informative, but I would like us to be seeking ways to prioritise public transport within this scheme, because I think that that's the element for me that's weakest. I think there are weaknesses within the active travel elements, but the fact that public transport has got to get across the ring road at a time when the orbital traffic is potentially increasing because of moving transport out of the city centre, I think there's an inherent conflict there, and I think I would like to know that we're doing everything we possibly can to improve the public transport in and out of the city centre. So that's where I am with it. But as I say, I think broadly speaking, it sounds to me as though committees in the same sorts of places. Councillor Nelson, do you want to add something?
I completely agree. I've noted down some specific things that I think we want either in that informative or, at the danger of being too cheeky, although the officers have said that they don't think it would be reasonable to use the word condition. How much weight do we as a committee, I'm not suggesting necessarily that we don't follow officer advice, but I'm just saying we as a committee could disagree with the officers on that if we chose to, if I understand things right. I'm not proposing that, I'm just saying there is, that perhaps is a discussion that we might want to have as a committee. But there's definitely the stuff around movement in place. I think that's really important that we are tying this in with a wider plan that is happening in the strongest way possible with all of our teams in the council. There's something that I noted down about phasing. I know there's a condition in there about phasing, but I don't know whether we're all happy that that's strong enough, or whether that it could be, there's anything we could do to tighten that condition to specifically just to make sure that that active travel infrastructure is key to the development of this. Anything that we can do to make sure that that is absolutely nailed in there, great. Lighting is something that had been kind of suggested we come back to when we put in either an informative or look at amending a condition to say we'll look into lighting on those pedestrian routes in the most environmentally friendly way possible. And then the other thing that I had wondered about is I'm really happy that our officers have done a lot of work around landscaping and ecology, but is there anything in there that we can put almost just as an emphasis on the absolute maximum of biodiversity possibly achievable? Someone mentioned the East Leeds orbital route recently, where they have verges, they're all wildflowered, for example. Things like that are very simple to put in to start with. So just I'm wondering whether there's anything we can put in to an informative or into those LEMP plans, just to kind of say, we'd really like you to do absolutely everything that is possible within the remit we have to include wildflowers and habitats and as much planting and biodiversity as possible.
Do you want to just address those questions there? I will just say, on regards the officer advice, there is there's the adage of officers advise, members decide. It is absolutely within the gift of the committee to decide to take a course of action. But I think we've had it from both the senior solicitor and the head of planning quite strongly that we may not meet the tests of a condition were we to seek to condition. And I think, were it not that the council was the applicant, I personally would be saying, we're at risk of acting unreasonably here, and appeals and costs and all those sorts of things. So I think for consistency, we do need to do that.
Can I be really rude and just jump in before you ask Becky?
You may.
Thank you. In terms of biodiversity, and as much as you can do, you've got to be really careful. And I would go back to the officers and their expertise on this. In terms of wildflowers, it always sounds like a great idea, but actually you can get it really wrong and actually harm things. So instead of putting it in as, I've been burnt, so instead of putting it in as a condition and informative, whatever phrase I'm supposed to use, Becky, what I would suggest is we soften the language on that and we say we will all work to the best of our intentions, and we will measure it and we will look at it and we will repeatedly review it and take the best practices in the best way. Because I know Councillor Kilbane talked about the trees, but if you look at the trees on that bypass, most of them are dying. Whereas if you look at the trees in the York Community Woodland, we have the highest success rate in the country, and that's being adopted by Forestry England. So just be careful and use the expertise here is all I would say.
And just to clarify, I wasn't necessarily suggesting that we put a thing in saying we want wildflowers. I was just meaning it's an area where they could have had a verge, but they've made decisions to maximise every single bit of that land.
As I always say, we're in planning committee, so you've got to take it in terms of the planning policies and guidance and everything else that you've got to do. We've made that recommendation based on that and including those conditions that we think are reasonable. Said before, conditions have got to pass the 5 tests. They've also only got to be relatable to this development. We can't start going above and beyond. They can only mitigate what is from this proposal, and that's what we've done. So to ask for anything more above and beyond, I understand why you're asking for it completely, but you're sat at planning committee and we can only do what I can only recommend through planning what you can do.
But as we discussed earlier, because it is CYC, we can also recommend as a committee that you go and have some nice chats. Yes?
I'm sure we can have lots of nice chats.
Councillor Stewart, did you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. Just to try and move things along, so I do think we could be starting another 3 hours of discussion if we don't handle this right. I wasn't having a go at anyone particular, Councillor Nelson, but you know, I think no, seriously. I mean, I think from my point of view, I would very happily move. I think Councillor Hollier would obviously has indicated the same sort of thing. Testing the officer's recommendation, which for me is approval, not subject to any new conditions at all. So for me, I think respecting the officer's advice about the conditions, and I'm happy to support yourself as chair and Councillor Fisher as vice chair to write an informative to the council, summing up all the things we would like to see. But we are the council, this is the council, the officers are the council. So please, can we not go around and round in circles for all these things about informatives, which would never, ever apply in terms of conditions if we're another applicant. And when it is our own set, I mean, you know, if we spend too long discussing informatives for our own application, we'll be on private eye for the surrealness of it. So I do think we have to, at this point, you know, so people can get to the Copman Thorpe annual meeting if they want to. We have to move the recommendation, test that recommendation, and I would propose if Councillor Hollier wouldn't.
I promise you come to that in one minute. I just want to bottom out very briefly. I think the anxiety that I have is in something that Councillor Kilbane said around the relationship with the combined authority and how this road is dealt with going forward. And we should all remember a planning application, it doesn't matter who the applicant is, it runs with the land. So as things stand, this scheme is to be developed out by City of York Council. If some point down the line, some more money came forward, something up, because I think the 65 million is 5 years ago. I think there's already a question mark about that. If it then became within the gift of the combined authority to enact the planning application, it's about securing something that's robust enough to give us enough to feel that it's mitigating the concerns that some of us have. And I think, as I say, I'm at the point where I have to take the advice of the officers as far as I'm concerned. But I think it is important that we find a way of capturing enough of the thoughts of the committee such that we can point to whoever it is that is eventually developing out this scheme to say this is what we intended when we granted the permission, if that indeed is what's likely to happen. So I think it's, you know, it's been proposed that myself and Vice Chair find some words as an informative. I think if everybody's happy that gives us enough measure there, and I think there's no other things that people are wishing to add or condition. I think there was a question mark about a lighting condition quite a long while ago, but Becky advised that would be best captured by a condition. I don't know if you want to.
All it is, Becky, is if you take Hull Road Park, Tang Hall, myself and Councillor Pavlovic worked in partnership with the Environment Agency. We've got a lot of money for that park. There are extremely good solar lights that are both on timers and also action. So if you walk past it, it goes on, but the ones in front of you go on as well, whichever direction you're going in. It's proven, it's cheaper to install, there's all sorts of stuff on it. I'll send you the paperwork if you want, and you can see what you can or you can't put in there. Okay? It doesn't need any mains, it saves it on all sorts of different ways and forms.
Okay, so I will now seek a proposer and a seconder for the officer recommendation. So I've seen Councillor Hollier's hand go first and Councillor Stewart's hand go second. I'll take you as proposing and seconding, and Becky, and I'm assuming that that's with those conditions and informative. So if you want to just talk us through what we are going to vote on.
Okay. So the application is recommended for approval, but it's to give delegated authority to myself to approve the application once it's been referred to the Secretary of State due to the application being in the green belt and subject to the conditions and informatives.
Okay, so by show of hands, can I see all those in favour of that proposal, please? And anybody against? And any abstentions? Okay, so that is carried unanimously. That is therefore approved. Can I thank everybody for your time today? It has been a lengthy meeting. I've really appreciated all of your input. I would also like to just reiterate the points that I made right at the top of the meeting, which is that this is a decision on a planning basis. It's not a judgment on whether it's the best use of public money. It's not a judgment on whether it's the best way of addressing a climate emergency. These are things for us all to discuss in future. And I think it is, as I say, imperative on all of us now that we make sure that this scheme delivers all of those ancillary benefits that I think people hope that it will do. Thank you.